Hello, and welcome to another gentle journey with sleepy philosophy. Tonight we're embarking on a slow, meandering exploration through some of the most liberating ideas humanity has ever conceived. These aren't the harsh, demanding philosophers that require you to memorize complex arguments or debate abstract concepts. No, these are the soft whispers of wisdom that have comforted minds for centuries, the kind of thoughts that settle into your consciousness like warm honey, dissolving the tension of the day and opening pathways to profound peace. Before we begin this unhurried voyage through philosophical landscapes, I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from tonight. Are you tucked beneath blankets in a quiet bedroom in Bristol, or perhaps watching the stars from a balcony in Arizona? There's something beautifully universal about the human need for wisdom and rest, and I'm honoured to share this space with you, wherever you may be. If these gentle explorations of life's deeper questions help you find peace, consider giving this video a like and subscribing to Sleepy Philosophy. It helps so much more than you know, and I'm forever grateful. Now, I should warn you, I hope this isn't too interesting that it keeps you wide awake, but if you do find yourself still listening hours from now, at least you'll drift off with some profound insights to carry into your dreams, so settle in, let your breathing slow, and prepare to explore ideas that have the power to liberate your mind from the small prisons we often build for ourselves. Tonight, we'll wander through concepts of acceptance, the art of letting go, the beauty of impermanence, and the quiet strength that comes from understanding our place in the vast, interconnected web of existence. Let's begin with a simple truth that has echoed through philosophical traditions across cultures and centuries. You are not your thoughts. This might sound strange at first, perhaps even alarming. After all, if we're not our thoughts, then what are we? But consider this for a moment, as you lie there in the gentle darkness. Your thoughts come and go like clouds drifting across the sky of your consciousness. You don't control when they arrive, you can't always direct where they go, and you certainly can't stop them from changing and evolving. The ancient Stoics understood this profound distinction between the self and the mind's constant chatter. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his personal journal that would later become the Meditations, reminded himself daily that thoughts are merely impressions, like footprints in sand that the waves of time inevitably wash away. You are the observer of these thoughts, the vast sky in which they temporarily appear, not the thoughts themselves. This recognition is profoundly liberating because it means you don't have to believe every thought that crosses your mind. That worried voice telling you about tomorrow's problems, that critical inner narrator judging your every move, that anxious whisper suggesting catastrophe around every corner, these are not you. They are simply mental events, no more substantial than the shadow of a bird flying overhead. Buddhism takes this insight even further, suggesting that what we call the self is itself an illusion, a collection of ever-changing processes rather than a fixed entity. This might sound unsettling, but there's tremendous freedom in this understanding. If there's no fixed self to defend, no permanent identity to maintain, then there's nothing that can truly be threatened or damaged by life's inevitable changes. Imagine for a moment that you are a river. Rivers don't worry about remaining the same from one moment to the next. They flow naturally around obstacles, sometimes rushing, sometimes meandering, always moving toward their destination without resistance. The water that comprises a river today is different from yesterday's water. Yet the river continues, beautiful and purposeful in its flowing nature. This is the essence of what philosophers call impermanence, and it's one of the most comforting truths you can embrace as you prepare for sleep. Nothing in your life, no matter how difficult or overwhelming it may seem, is permanent. Your current worries, your present circumstances, even your deepest sorrows are all temporary visitors in the hotel of your experience. They check in, they stay for a while, and inevitably they check out. The Japanese have a beautiful concept called mono no aware, which translates roughly as the bittersweet awareness of the impermanence of all things. It's the feeling you get when you see cherry blossoms blooming, knowing they'll fall within days, or when you watch a sunset, aware that this particular arrangement of light and colour will never occur again in quite the same way. There's sadness in this recognition, yes, but also profound beauty and peace. When you truly understand impermanence, you stop clinging so tightly to things that are meant to flow through your life. You begin to hold your experiences lightly, like cupping water in your hands. You can appreciate the coolness, the clarity, the life-giving properties of the water, but you don't squeeze your fists tight trying to hold onto it forever. That would only cause the water to slip through your fingers and create unnecessary tension in your hands. This brings us to one of philosophy's most practical gifts, the art of acceptance. Acceptance doesn't mean passive resignation or giving up on your dreams and goals. It means recognizing what is actually within your control and what isn't, then focusing your energy where it can make a real difference. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus, who spent years as a slave before gaining his freedom and becoming a teacher, developed a simple but revolutionary framework for this. He divided all of existence into two categories: things that are up to us and things that are not up to us. What's up to us? Our thoughts, our values, our responses, our choices about how to interpret and react to events. What's not up to us? Pretty much everything else, including other people's actions, the weather, the past, the future, and the ultimate outcomes of our efforts. This might seem like a limited sphere of control, but it's actually vast and empowering. Within the realm of what's truly up to you lies everything you need to live a good life. You can't control whether it rains tomorrow, but you can control whether you bring an umbrella. You can't control how others treat you, but you can control how you respond. You can't control the hand you're dealt in life, but you can control how you play it. There's something deeply restful about this recognition. So much of our mental energy gets wasted worrying about things beyond our influence. We replay past conversations we can't change. We anxiety spiral about future events we can't predict. We exhaust ourselves trying to control other people's thoughts and feelings. Acceptance invites us to redirect all that energy toward the one place where it can actually create positive change, our own responses and choices. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent or uncaring. The Stoics were some of the most engaged and active people of their time. Marcus Aurelius was literally running the Roman Empire while writing his philosophical reflections. But they understood the difference between caring deeply about something and being attached to specific outcomes. They could pour their hearts into their work and relationships while maintaining an inner peace that didn't depend on external results. Consider the metaphor of a gardener. A wise gardener plants seeds, waters them, provides nutrients, and protects the young plants from pests and harsh weather. The gardener cares deeply about the garden and works diligently to create conditions for growth. But the gardener also understands that ultimately, the decision to grow belongs to the plant. The gardener can't force a seed to sprout or make a flower bloom through sheer willpower. The gardener tends to what's within their control and trusts the natural process to unfold. This trust in natural processes points to another liberating philosophical insight. You don't have to have everything figured out. In our achievement-oriented culture, there's enormous pressure to have clear goals, detailed plans, and specific outcomes in mind for every area of life. But this pressure often creates more anxiety than actual progress. The Taoist tradition offers a different approach, captured in the concept of wu wei, which translates as effortless action or non-forcing. Wu wei suggests that there's a natural flow to life, and our job isn't to swim upstream against this flow, but to find skillful ways of moving with it. This doesn't mean being passive or lazy. It means learning to recognize when to act and when to wait, when to push and when to yield, when to speak and when to remain silent. Water provides the perfect example of wu wei in action. Water is soft and yielding, yet it can carve through solid rock given enough time. It doesn't fight against obstacles. It flows around them or gradually wears them down. It naturally seeks the lowest places, yet it nourishes all life. Water is powerful precisely because it doesn't try to be powerful. In your own life, this might mean trusting your intuition more and your anxious planning mind less. It might mean being open to opportunities that don't fit your predetermined script. It might mean recognizing that sometimes the most productive thing you can do is rest, that sometimes the most loving thing you can do is create space, that sometimes the wisest thing you can do is admit you don't know. There's profound peace in acknowledging the limits of your knowledge and control. It frees you from the exhausting burden of trying to be omniscient and omnipotent. You can relax into being beautifully, fallibly human, doing your best with the information and resources you have while remaining open to surprise and change. This openness to uncertainty connects to another deeply liberating philosophical insight, the understanding that vulnerability is not weakness, but strength. Our culture often teaches us to hide our struggles, to present a perfect facade, to never let others see us sweat. But this constant performance is exhausting and ultimately isolating. The philosopher and researcher Brené Brown has spent years studying shame and vulnerability, and her findings align with ancient wisdom traditions. Vulnerability, she discovered, is the birthplace of creativity, innovation, and change. It's also the source of joy, creativity, belonging, and love. When we try to numb vulnerability, we also numb these positive emotions. Think about the people in your life who you feel most connected to. Chances are these are people who have shared their struggles with you, who have let you see their humanity, who have been real with you about their fears and hopes and imperfections. There's something magnetic about authenticity, something that draws us to people who are courageously themselves rather than carefully crafted versions of themselves. This courage to be vulnerable, to be seen as you actually are rather than as you think you should be, is one of the greatest gifts you can give yourself and others. It's also one of the most liberating decisions you can make. When you stop trying to be perfect, you free up enormous amounts of energy that were previously devoted to maintaining an impossible image. Perfectionism, when you examine it closely, is actually a form of procrastination. It's a way of avoiding the vulnerability that comes with putting your real work, your authentic self, out into the world. The perfectionist says, I'll share this when it's absolutely flawless. But flawless never comes, because flawless doesn't exist in the human realm. The ancient Greeks had a concept called kairos, which refers to the right or opportune moment for something. Unlike chronos, which is mechanical time measured by clocks and calendars, kairos is qualitative time, the sense that now is the moment to act, to speak, to create, to change. Learning to recognize kairos moments requires letting go of perfectionist thinking and trusting your deeper wisdom about timing and readiness. Sometimes the kairos moment arrives when you feel only 60% ready, when your preparation feels incomplete, when you're still scared. But kairos doesn't wait for your fear to subside or your confidence to peak. It arrives when the universe is ready for what you have to offer, imperfect as it may be. This brings us to a beautiful paradox that runs through many philosophical traditions, the idea that our limitations are often the source of our greatest strengths. Leonard Cohen captured this in his famous lyric, "There is a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in." Our wounds become our wisdom, our struggles become our compassion, our failures become our humility. The Japanese art of kintsugi embodies this philosophy literally. When a ceramic pot or bowl breaks, instead of throwing it away or trying to hide the damage, kintsugi artists repair it with gold, making the cracks part of the object's beauty. The repaired piece is considered more valuable than the original because it has survived breaking and bears the golden scars of its journey. Your own cracks, your places of past breaking, can become sources of strength and beauty if you allow them to be. That period of deep depression might have taught you compassion for others who struggle. That failed relationship might have shown you what you really value in partnership. That professional setback might have redirected you toward work that actually feeds your soul. This recognition that our wounds can become wisdom leads us to another profound philosophical insight. The understanding that resistance often creates more suffering than the original difficulty itself. When something painful happens in your life, you experience the event itself, but then you often add layers of additional suffering by fighting against occurred. The What Has Already Buddhist tradition describes this as the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is inevitable. It's part of the human experience. You stub your toe, you feel physical pain. Someone you love dies, you feel the pain of grief. You lose a job, you feel the pain of uncertainty and loss. This kind of pain is natural and temporary, but suffering is optional. Suffering comes when we resist the pain, when we tell ourselves stories about how things shouldn't be this way, when we rage against reality instead of accepting what has already happened. If you stub your toe and then spend the next hour furious about the placement of the furniture, cursing your clumsiness, and replaying the incident over and over, you've transformed a moment of pain into an hour of suffering. The same principle applies to emotional pain. Grief is natural when someone you love dies, but if you add guilt about not spending more time with them, anger at yourself for not saying the right things, or resentment toward others who still have their loved ones, you've layered suffering on top of grief. The grief is unavoidable and healthy. The suffering is self-created and only prolongs your healing. This doesn't mean you should suppress your emotions or pretend everything is fine when it isn't. Acceptance includes accepting your natural emotional responses to difficult situations. If you're sad, be sad. If you're angry, acknowledge the anger. If you're scared, let yourself feel the fear. The resistance comes when you judge these emotions as wrong, or try to force them to change before they're ready. Emotions are like weather patterns in the sky of your consciousness. Sometimes it's sunny, sometimes it storms, sometimes there are gentle clouds, and sometimes the air is crisp and clear. You don't try to control the weather outside, you dress appropriately and make plans that work with the conditions. The same wisdom applies to your inner weather. You can acknowledge what you're feeling, take care of yourself accordingly, and trust that all weather patterns eventually change. This metaphor of internal weather points to another liberating truth. You are not responsible for managing everyone else's emotional climate. Many of us, especially those with caring hearts, fall into the trap of believing we must keep everyone around us happy and comfortable. We become emotional weather forecasters and storm chasers, constantly monitoring others' moods and trying to prevent or fix their difficult feelings. But this is both impossible and ultimately unkind. When you try to shield someone from all discomfort, you rob them of the opportunity to develop their own emotional resilience. When you take responsibility for feelings that aren't yours, you enable a kind of emotional dependency that doesn't serve anyone. And when you exhaust yourself trying to control things beyond your influence, you have less energy available for the work that actually is yours to do. The philosopher Viktor Frankl, who survived Nazi concentration camps and wrote about finding meaning in the most horrific circumstances, observed that we cannot avoid suffering, but we can choose how to cope with it, find meaning in it, and move forward with renewed purpose. This choice, he argued, is the last of human freedoms, the one thing that can never be taken from us no matter how dire our circumstances. This freedom to choose your response is available to you in every moment, in every interaction, in every challenge you face. Someone cuts you off in traffic, and you can choose road rage, or you can choose to imagine they might be rushing to the hospital. Your friend cancels plans at the last minute, and you can choose to take it personally, or you can choose to trust that they have good reasons. Your boss criticizes your work, and you can choose defensiveness, or you can choose to look for useful feedback within the criticism. None of these choices are always easy, and some situations require more processing time before you can access your freedom to choose. But the freedom itself is always there, waiting patiently for you to remember it exists. This remembrance is one of philosophy's greatest gifts, the recognition that you have more power than you think, not power over external circumstances, but power over your internal responses to those circumstances. This internal power connects to another ancient philosophical insight, the understanding that happiness is not a destination to be reached, but a skill to be developed. Our culture often presents happiness as something that will arrive when we achieve certain goals, acquire certain possessions, or reach certain life milestones. But this conditional happiness is inherently unstable because it depends on things outside our control. True contentment, the philosophers suggest, comes from developing an appreciation for what is already present, rather than constantly reaching for what is absent. This doesn't mean settling for less than you deserve or abandoning your dreams and goals. It means learning to find fulfillment in the process of living, rather than postponing satisfaction until some imagined future moment when everything will be perfect. The practice of gratitude is one way to cultivate this present moment appreciation, but gratitude, when done superficially, can feel forced or false. Real gratitude isn't about convincing yourself that everything is wonderful when it isn't. It's about learning to notice the small gifts that exist alongside whatever difficulties you may be facing. Even in your darkest moments, there are usually tiny lights if you're willing to see them. The friend who checks in on you, the stranger who smiles, the way sunlight filters through your window, the fact that your heart keeps beating without you having to think about it, the existence of music or books or the smell of coffee, or the feeling of warm water when you shower. These small recognitions don't solve your problems or eliminate your pain, but they create tiny spaces of peace within difficulty. They remind you that life is complex, containing both sorrow and beauty, often simultaneously. This both and perspective is more accurate than the either-or thinking that suggests you must be either happy or sad, either successful or failing, either confident or insecure. The truth is that you are wonderfully, mysteriously multiple, You can be grieving and grateful, scared and excited, disappointed and hopeful, all at the same time. This internal complexity isn't a problem to be solved, but a richness to be appreciated. You contain multitudes, as the poet Walt Whitman observed, and there's something beautifully liberating about accepting all the different aspects of yourself rather than trying to edit yourself into a simpler, more consistent character. This self-acceptance extends to accepting your own contradictions and inconsistencies. You might value health, but sometimes eat ice cream for dinner. You might believe in kindness, but occasionally snap at people you love. You might want to be productive, but sometimes spend entire afternoons watching videos of cats. These contradictions don't make you hypocritical, they make you human. The philosopher Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote, "A foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds." He understood that growth requires the flexibility to change your mind, to try new approaches, to evolve beyond your previous limitations. If you were exactly the same person you were 5 years ago, that would be a sign of stagnation, not integrity. This permission to change and grow connects to another profoundly liberating insight. You don't owe anyone an explanation for becoming who you're meant to be. As you evolve, some people in your life might be confused or even threatened by your changes. They might prefer the old version of you, the version that fit more comfortably into their expectations or needs. But your first responsibility is not to maintain other people's comfort with who you used to be. Your first responsibility is to honour your own authentic unfolding. This doesn't mean being callous or inconsiderate, but it does mean trusting your inner wisdom about the direction of your growth, even when that direction surprises or challenges others. Sometimes this growth requires you to outgrow relationships, jobs, or living situations that no longer serve your highest development. This can be painful, involving grief for what you're leaving behind, even when you know the leaving is necessary. There's often guilt about disappointing others or fear about stepping into unknown territory. But consider the alternative, staying small to keep others comfortable, betraying your own growth to maintain familiar dynamics, choosing security over authenticity. This path might feel safer in the short term, but it leads to a kind of spiritual suffocation, a gradual disconnection from your own aliveness and purpose. The ancient Greek concept of eudaimonia, often translated as flourishing or the good life, suggests that humans have an innate drive toward actualizing their potential. Just as an acorn naturally grows toward becoming an oak tree, humans naturally grow toward becoming their fullest selves. This growth isn't always comfortable or convenient, but it's essential for genuine well-being. Eudaimonia isn't about pleasure or even happiness in the conventional sense. It's about living in alignment with your deepest values and highest capabilities. It's about contributing your unique gifts to the world rather than hiding them to fit in. It's about choosing courage over comfort when your soul calls you toward growth. This call toward authentic living often requires you to disappoint some people, including sometimes yourself. You might disappoint your parents by choosing a career path they don't understand. You might disappoint your friends by prioritizing your health over social obligations. You might disappoint your past self by changing directions when you discover new information about what truly matters to you. But disappointment, when examined closely, often reveals misaligned expectations rather than actual failures. If someone is disappointed in you for being authentically yourself, their disappointment says more about their expectations than about your choices. If you're disappointed in yourself for changing course when you learn something new, that disappointment might be based on an unrealistic expectation of consistency rather than a healthy expectation of growth. Learning to distinguish between useful disappointment and useless disappointment is another philosophical skill that can free you from unnecessary suffering. Useful disappointment teaches you something valuable about your choices, relationships, or priorities. It motivates positive change and helps you align more closely with your values. Useless disappointment just makes you feel bad without providing any constructive information or motivation. This discernment between useful and useless emotional experiences applies to many areas of life. Useful worry motivates you to take practical steps to address legitimate concerns. Useless worry spins in circles without leading to helpful action. Useful anger alerts you to boundary violations and injustices worth addressing. Useless anger just burns through your energy without creating positive change. Developing this kind of emotional wisdom takes time and practice, but it's one of the most practical gifts philosophy can offer. It helps you invest your precious emotional energy where it can actually make a difference rather than squandering it on mental patterns that drain without benefiting anyone. This emotional wisdom naturally leads us to explore one of philosophy's most transformative insights, the understanding that comparison is the thief of joy, yet it's also one of the most persistent habits of the human mind. As you lie there in the gentle darkness, consider how much mental energy you spend measuring your life against others, your career against your college roommate's trajectory, your relationship against what you see on social media, your progress against some imaginary timeline of where you think you should be by now. The ancient Stoics recognized this tendency toward comparison as a source of unnecessary suffering. Seneca wrote about the futility of measuring your inner experience against other people's external appearances. You know your own struggles intimately, your doubts and fears and moments of weakness, but you only see others' carefully curated presentations, their successes without their setbacks, their highlights without their ordinary moments of uncertainty. This creates a fundamentally unfair comparison, like judging your rough draft against someone else's published work. You're comparing your behind-the-scenes reality with their carefully edited performance. It's no wonder this leaves you feeling inadequate or behind in some imaginary race, where the finish line keeps moving further away. But what if there is no race? What if each person's life is more like a unique garden, with its own soil conditions, climate, and growing season? You wouldn't judge a rose for not being a sunflower, or criticize an oak tree for not producing apples. Each plant has its own nature, its own timeline, its own way of contributing beauty to the world. Your life too has its own nature and timing, the experiences that have shaped you, the challenges that have strengthened you, the gifts that want to emerge through you. These are all uniquely yours. No one else can live your particular version of being human. This isn't a consolation prize, it's a profound responsibility and privilege. The Persian poet Rumi captured this beautifully when he wrote about each soul having its own special way of being. Like musical instruments in a cosmic orchestra, each life contributes a different note to the grand symphony of existence. The violin doesn't envy the drum, nor does the flute wish it were a trumpet. Each instrument offers its own irreplaceable voice to create harmony that wouldn't be possible if everyone played the same note. This metaphor of life as music points to another liberating philosophical insight, the understanding that meaning often emerges through contribution rather than accumulation. Our culture tends to measure success by what you can gather to yourself: possessions, achievements, status, recognition. But many wisdom traditions suggest that fulfillment comes more from what you can give than from what you can get. This doesn't necessarily mean dramatic acts of service or grand charitable gestures, though these have their place. It might mean bringing your full presence to a conversation with someone who needs to be heard. It might mean creating something beautiful that adds a small note of joy to the world. It might mean offering your skills to solve problems that matter to you. It might mean simply being a calm, kind presence in spaces that tend toward chaos and conflict. The ancient Greeks had a concept called arete, often translated as virtue or excellence, but perhaps better understood as the fulfillment of purpose or function. A knife's arete is its sharpness, its ability to cut cleanly. A bridge's arete is its capacity to connect two sides safely. A tree's arete might be its ability to provide shade, clean the air, and offer shelter to birds. What is your arete? What is the unique way you're designed to contribute to the well-being of the whole? This isn't a question that demands an immediate answer. It's more like a gentle inquiry that you can carry with you, allowing insights to emerge naturally as you pay attention to what energizes you, what comes easily to you, what the world seems to need from you specifically. Sometimes your arete reveals itself through your wounds. The person who struggled with addiction becomes a counselor helping others navigate recovery. The child who felt invisible becomes an advocate for overlooked populations. The student who learned differently becomes a teacher who reaches students traditional methods miss. Your greatest struggles often point toward your greatest potential contributions. This alchemy of transforming wounds into wisdom is one of life's most mysterious and beautiful processes. It doesn't happen automatically. It requires conscious choice to allow your pain to become a source of compassion rather than bitterness, to let your struggles teach you rather than defeat you. But when this transformation occurs, it creates a kind of meaning that can't be taken away by external circumstances. Viktor Frankl observed that suffering ceases to be suffering the moment it finds meaning. This doesn't mean seeking out suffering or romanticizing pain. It means recognizing that when difficult experiences are inevitable, you have the power to determine what they teach you and how they shape your capacity to help others. This power to create meaning from experience connects to another profound philosophical insight, the understanding that you are both the author and the main character of your life story. This might seem obvious, but consider how often you live as if you were merely a victim of circumstances, as if life was something that happens to you rather than something you actively participate in creating. Certainly there are many things beyond your control. You don't choose your family of origin, your genetic makeup, many of the major events that shape your early years. But within whatever circumstances you find yourself, you always have choices about how to respond, what to focus on, what story to tell yourself about what's happening. The stories we tell ourselves about our experiences have tremendous power to shape not only how we feel about the past, but also how we move into the future. If you tell yourself a story of victimhood, where you're powerless and life is something that happens to you, you're likely to feel helpless and passive. If you tell yourself a story of heroic struggle, where you're the protagonist overcoming challenges to grow stronger and wiser, you're likely to feel empowered and active. Neither story is completely true or false. Life contains elements of both random circumstance and personal agency, both factors beyond your control and areas where your choices matter tremendously. But the story you emphasize will influence which possibilities you notice and pursue. The existentialist philosophers, particularly Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir, emphasize this radical responsibility for creating meaning in an inherently meaningless universe. This might sound bleak at first, the idea that life has no predetermined purpose or meaning, but it's actually profoundly liberating because it means you're free to create whatever meaning serves your highest development and contributes to the well-being of others. You don't have to wait for someone else to assign meaning to your life. You don't have to discover some cosmic purpose that was written in the stars before you were born. You can consciously choose what to care about, what to work toward, what legacy to leave behind. This choice is both a tremendous freedom and a weighty responsibility. With this freedom comes the recognition that authenticity requires courage. It's often easier to follow scripts written by others, to pursue goals that society approves of, to live according to expectations that feel safe and familiar. But authentic living requires the courage to listen to your own inner wisdom, even when it contradicts external pressures. This doesn't mean being rebellious for the sake of rebellion or rejecting all guidance from others. Wisdom often comes from learning from those who have walked similar paths before you. But ultimately, you must discern which advice applies to your unique situation, and which external expectations serve your authentic development, versus which ones keep you small and safe. The process of developing this discernment is itself a philosophical practice. It requires learning to distinguish between the voice of fear and the voice of wisdom, between the ego's demands and the soul's callings, between what you think you should want and what you actually want when you're honest with yourself. This honesty with yourself is one of the most challenging and rewarding aspects of philosophical living. It means acknowledging when you're choosing security over growth, comfort over truth, approval over authenticity. It means recognizing when you're lying to yourself about your motivations, your feelings, your desires, your capabilities. But this self-honesty isn't meant to be harsh or judgmental. It's meant to be compassionate and curious, like a loving friend gently pointing out when you're not being true to yourself. The goal isn't to shame yourself for human tendencies towards self-deception, but to develop the awareness that allows you to make more conscious choices. This conscious choice-making is what the ancient Greeks called practical wisdom or phronesis. It's the ability to discern the right action in specific situations, taking into account not just abstract principles, but the particular circumstances, relationships, and consequences involved. Practical wisdom recognizes that moral living isn't about following rigid rules, but about developing the judgment to respond appropriately to the unique challenges life presents. Sometimes practical wisdom calls for firmness, setting clear boundaries or taking decisive action. Sometimes it calls for flexibility, adapting to changing circumstances or finding creative solutions to complex problems. Sometimes it calls for patience, allowing situations to unfold naturally rather than forcing premature resolution. Developing this kind of wisdom requires what philosophers call the examined life. Socrates famously declared that the unexamined life is not worth living. But what does it mean to examine your life? It means developing the habit of reflection, regularly taking time to consider your choices, motivations, and patterns of behaviour. This examination isn't meant to be obsessive self-analysis or harsh self-criticism. It's more like the gentle awareness a gardener brings to tending plants, noticing what's flourishing and what needs attention, making small adjustments to create better conditions for growth. Perhaps you notice that you tend to say yes to commitments when you're feeling good about yourself, then feel overwhelmed when the time comes to follow through. This awareness allows you to pause before making commitments and check in with your realistic capacity rather than your optimistic projections. Maybe you recognize that you're most creative and energetic in the morning, but often waste those hours on less important tasks. This insight allows you to protect your peak energy for work that matters most to you. Or you might observe that certain relationships consistently leave you feeling drained, while others naturally energize and inspire you. This recognition helps you make more conscious choices about how to invest your social energy. These small adjustments, accumulated over time, can significantly improve your quality of life without requiring dramatic changes. Philosophy isn't always about grand transformations. Often, it's about the wisdom of small, consistent choices aligned with your deeper values and natural rhythms. This attention to natural rhythms connects to another liberating philosophical insight, the understanding that rest is not laziness, but a necessary part of any sustainable creative process. Our productivity-obsessed culture often treats rest as something to be earned through hard work, a reward for achieving certain goals or completing certain tasks. But ancient wisdom traditions understood rest as an essential component of well-being, not something separate from productive activity but integrated with it. Just as fields need to lie fallow periodically to restore their fertility, human beings need regular periods of rest to maintain their creativity, clarity, and compassion. This rest isn't just physical sleep, though adequate sleep is certainly important. It's also mental rest, periods when you're not trying to solve problems or achieve goals. It's emotional rest, time when you're not processing intense feelings or managing relationships. It's spiritual rest, moments when you can simply be without needing to become anything else. In these moments of true rest, insights often arise naturally. Solutions to problems you've been wrestling with suddenly become clear. Creative ideas emerge without effort. Perspective returns to situations that felt overwhelming when you were in the middle of them. This natural arising of wisdom during restful states points to another profound truth. You are wiser than you think you are. Beneath the surface chatter of your anxious mind lies a deeper intelligence that has been observing and learning throughout your entire life. This intelligence doesn't speak in the urgent, demanding voice of anxiety, but in the quiet, patient voice of intuition. Learning to trust this deeper wisdom is one of philosophy's most practical gifts. It doesn't mean abandoning rational analysis or ignoring expert advice. It means recognizing that you have access to a source of guidance that takes into account not just logical considerations, but also emotional, relational, and spiritual factors that pure rationality might miss. This inner wisdom often communicates through physical sensations, the tightness in your chest when something doesn't feel right, the expansion you feel when you're moving in a direction that serves your growth, the calm centeredness that accompanies decisions aligned with your values. Learning to pay attention to these subtle signals requires slowing down enough to notice them. In our fast-paced world, it's easy to move from one task to the next without pausing to check in with your deeper knowing. But this checking in, this moment of inner listening, can prevent many mistakes and guide you toward choices that serve your long-term well-being. This inner listening is a form of prayer or meditation, regardless of your religious beliefs. It's a practice of turning your attention inward and creating space for wisdom to emerge. You don't have to sit in lotus position or follow any particular technique. You can simply pause, breathe deeply, and ask yourself what feels true in this moment. The question itself is important. Instead of asking, "What should I do?" which often activates the anxious planning mind, try asking, "What wants to happen here?" Or, "What would love do in this situation?" These questions invite responses from a deeper place, a place connected to your values and your genuine care for yourself and others. This connection between wisdom and love is central to many philosophical traditions. The word philosophy itself means love of wisdom, and true wisdom always includes compassion, both for yourself and for others navigating the complexities of human existence. This compassion recognizes that everyone is doing the best they can with their current level of awareness and available resources. This doesn't excuse harmful behavior or eliminate the need for boundaries and accountability, but it provides a foundation of basic human understanding that makes relationships more workable and conflicts more resolvable. When someone treats you poorly, they're usually acting from their own pain, fear, or confusion, rather than from any accurate assessment of your worth. Their behavior says more about their internal state than about who you are. This recognition doesn't require you to accept mistreatment, but it can free you from taking things personally that were never really about you. Similarly, when you make mistakes or fall short of your own standards, compassion allows you to learn from the experience without adding unnecessary layers of shame and self-attack. Mistakes become information rather than evidence of fundamental inadequacy. Setbacks become redirections rather than failures. This self-compassion is not self-indulgence or making excuses for poor choices. It's the recognition that growth requires a foundation of basic self-acceptance. You can't hate yourself into positive change any more than you can hate a plant into blooming. Change happens most naturally in an environment of patient, loving attention to what wants to emerge. This foundation of self-compassion creates the conditions for what philosophers call flourishing, but not the kind of flourishing that depends on external achievements or other people's approval. This is an inner flourishing, a quiet contentment that arises from living in harmony with your deepest nature rather than constantly fighting against it. Consider the wisdom found in observing trees. A pine tree doesn't exhaust itself trying to produce roses. An oak doesn't apologize for not bearing fruit like an apple tree. Each grows according to its own inner blueprint, contributing its unique gifts to the forest ecosystem. There's something profoundly restful about this natural acceptance of what each being is designed to become. You too have an inner blueprint, a natural way of being that feels authentic and energizing when you honor it. This might be different from what your family expected, what your culture values, or what you thought you wanted when you were younger. But there's a deep peace that comes from aligning with your actual nature, rather than trying to force yourself into ill-fitting molds. This alignment isn't always comfortable, especially in the beginning. It might require disappointing some people, changing directions that felt secure, or admitting that you've been living according to someone else's vision rather than your own. But the temporary discomfort of authentic living is far preferable to the chronic exhaustion of maintaining a false self. The false self is the persona you've constructed to meet others' expectations, to stay safe, to belong, to succeed according to external measures. It's not necessarily bad or wrong. It may have served important protective functions at earlier stages of your life. But when this constructed identity becomes a prison that prevents your authentic self from emerging, it's time for gentle revolution. This revolution doesn't require dramatic gestures or burning bridges. It can be as simple as beginning to notice the difference between what you genuinely want and what you think you should want. It might mean paying attention to which activities energize you and which drain you, regardless of how productive or impressive they appear to others. Maybe you discover that you're naturally more contemplative than ambitious, more collaborative than competitive, more interested in depth than breadth. These aren't character flaws to be corrected, but natural preferences to be honored as you make choices about how to spend your precious time and energy. The ancient Chinese philosopher Zhuangzi told a story about a gnarled, twisted tree that grew to enormous size because it was too ugly and useless for anyone to cut down. While straight, beautiful trees were harvested for lumber. This seemingly worthless tree lived for hundreds of years, providing shade and shelter simply by being itself. Zhuangzi suggested that there's wisdom in uselessness, in not fitting conventional definitions of value or productivity. In our hyper-productive culture, this wisdom feels almost revolutionary. What if you don't have to optimize every moment? What if some of your most important contributions come not from what you do, but from who you are? What if your presence, your kindness, your way of seeing beauty in overlooked places matters more than your achievements? This shift from doing to being doesn't mean abandoning all goals or becoming passive. It means recognizing that sustainable action flows most naturally from a foundation of inner peace, rather than from anxiety, pressure, or the need to prove yourself. When you're grounded in your own worth, independent of external validation, you can engage with the world from a place of genuine service, rather than desperate need. Service in this context doesn't mean martyrdom or self-sacrifice. True service emerges when your natural gifts meet the world's needs in ways that feel life-giving rather than depleting. It might mean teaching children, creating art, solving technical problems, listening deeply to people who feel unheard, or simply bringing more consciousness to whatever work you're already doing. The key is discovering what the mystics call your dharma, your life's purpose or sacred duty. This isn't necessarily a job or career, though it itself through your professional might express life. Dharma is more about the quality of presence you bring to whatever you're doing, the unique way you serve the larger web of existence. Some people's dharma expresses itself through healing, others through creating beauty, others through organizing systems that serve justice, others through the patient work of raising children or caring for elders. There's no hierarchy of importance here, only different notes in the grand symphony of human contribution. Finding your dharma requires deep listening, not just to your own inclinations, but to what wants to emerge through you in response to the world's needs. It's a conversation between your inner nature and the outer circumstances of your time and place. What breaks your heart about the world? What brings you alive when you engage with it? Where do your talents and the world's hunger intersect? These questions don't always have immediate answers, and the answers may evolve as you grow and as the world changes around you. This uncertainty isn't a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived. There's something beautiful about not having everything figured out, about remaining open to surprise and discovery throughout your life. The Japanese concept of ikigai captures this beautifully. Often translated as reason for being, ikigai suggests that fulfillment comes from finding the intersection of what you love, what you're good at, what the world needs, and what you can be paid for. But traditional ikigai is less focused on the economic aspect and more concerned with a sense of meaning that arises from contributing your gifts in ways that serve something larger than yourself. This service to something larger connects to another profound philosophical insight, the understanding that individual well-being and collective well-being are ultimately inseparable. The illusion of separation, the belief that you can be truly happy while others suffer, or that your actions don't affect the larger web of life, is one of the primary sources of modern anxiety and despair. Ancient wisdom traditions understood what modern science is rediscovering. Everything is interconnected. Your well-being affects your family, your community, your ecosystem. The health of your relationships, your community, your environment affects your individual flourishing. You cannot separate your personal healing from the healing of the larger systems you're part of. This recognition might feel overwhelming at first. If you're connected to everything, doesn't that make you responsible for solving every problem? But the opposite is actually true. When you understand interconnection deeply, you realize that you serve the whole most effectively by doing your part well, rather than trying to do everyone's part poorly. A cell in your body doesn't try to be every other cell. It fulfills its specific function excellently, trusting that other cells are doing their parts. When every cell does what it's designed to do, the whole organism thrives. When cells try to do jobs they're not equipped for or abandon their natural functions, disease results. The same principle applies to human communities. You serve the collective most powerfully by becoming fully yourself and offering your authentic gifts rather than trying to be everything to everyone, or abandoning your natural talents to fit into roles that don't suit you. This doesn't mean being selfish or ignoring others' needs. It means recognizing that your individual flourishing and your service to others arise from the same source, your willingness to honor your true nature and develop your innate capacities. When you're living authentically, your very presence becomes a gift to others because it gives them permission to be authentic as well. There's something contagious about authenticity. When you meet someone who is genuinely comfortable with themselves, who isn't performing or pretending or trying to impress, you naturally relax. Their self-acceptance creates space for your own. Their willingness to be imperfect gives you permission to drop your perfectionist masks. This ripple effect of authenticity is one way individual healing contributes to collective healing. Every person who learns to accept themselves creates a small pocket of unconditional love in the world. Every person who stops hiding their struggles makes it safer for others to be honest about their own difficulties. Every person who chooses courage over comfort makes it easier for others to take their own necessary risks. The philosopher Martin Buber wrote about the difference between I-it relationships and I-thou relationships. I-it relationships treat others as objects to be used, impressed, or manipulated. I-thou relationships recognize others as full beings deserving of respect and care. When you're comfortable with yourself, you naturally move toward I-thou relating because you're not desperate for others to fill your inner emptiness or validate your worth. This shift from needy to generous relating transforms not only your personal relationships, but your relationship with life itself. Instead of constantly asking, what can I get from this situation? You begin to wonder, what can I give? How can I serve? What wants to emerge through me here? This generous orientation doesn't mean giving until you're depleted or saying yes to every request. Sustainable generosity requires what the Buddhists call skillful means. The wisdom to know when to give and when to conserve your energy, when to say yes and when to say no, when to help and when to allow others to learn through their own experiences. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is refuse to rescue someone from the natural consequences of their choices. Sometimes the most generous gift you can offer is your honest feedback rather than comfortable agreement. Sometimes the deepest service you can provide is your calm presence rather than your anxious helping. Learning to distinguish between genuine service and compulsive helping is a crucial skill for anyone who cares about others' well-being. Genuine service flows from fullness and feels sustainable. Compulsive helping flows from emptiness and leads to burnout. Genuine service respects others' autonomy and dignity. Compulsive helping often infantilizes people and creates unhealthy dependency. The difference often comes down to motivation. Are you helping because you genuinely believe it serves the other person's highest good? Or are you helping because you need to be needed, because you can't tolerate others' discomfort, because you're afraid of conflict or rejection? These motivations aren't necessarily conscious, and they're not character flaws to be judged harshly. They're often learned patterns from childhood when helping others may have been your way of earning love or maintaining safety. But as an adult, you have the opportunity to examine these patterns and choose more conscious responses. This examination is part of what philosophers call the inner work, the ongoing process of becoming aware of your unconscious patterns, healing old wounds, and aligning your actions with your conscious values rather than your unconscious programming. Inner work isn't selfish. It's one of the most generous things you can do because it prevents you from unconsciously passing your unhealed wounds onto others. When you haven't processed your own anxiety, you tend to create anxiety in your relationships. When you haven't faced your own anger, you may find yourself in constant conflict with others. When you haven't learned to comfort yourself, you may demand that others manage your emotions for you. But when you've done the patient work of understanding and healing your own psychological patterns, you become a source of calm in chaotic situations, a voice of wisdom in confused moments, a presence of love in places where fear dominates. This inner work never ends because life keeps presenting new challenges that reveal previously hidden aspects of yourself. But there's something beautiful about this endless unfolding. It means you never stop growing, never stop discovering new capacities for love and wisdom, never stop finding new ways to serve the larger tapestry of existence. The unfinished nature of inner work connects to another liberating insight. Perfection is not the goal. The goal is wholeness, which includes integrating all aspects of yourself, even the parts you'd rather deny or eliminate. The shadow aspects, the uncomfortable emotions, the embarrassing mistakes, the failed relationships, all of these are part of your complete human story. Carl Jung, the Swiss psychologist and philosopher, wrote extensively about shadow integration, the process of acknowledging and accepting the parts of yourself that don't fit your idealized self-image. He suggested that what you resist or deny in yourself tends to control you unconsciously, while what you accept and integrate becomes a source of strength and authenticity. This doesn't mean acting out every impulse or abandoning moral standards. It means being honest about your full range of human feelings and impulses, while choosing conscious responses rather than unconscious reactions. You can acknowledge your capacity for anger without becoming cruel. You can recognize your selfish impulses without becoming narcissistic. You can admit your fears without becoming paralyzed. This honest self-acceptance is profoundly liberating because it frees you from the exhausting work of maintaining a perfect image. When you can laugh at your own contradictions, acknowledge your mistakes without shame, and admit your limitations without apology, you become much more approachable and authentic in your relationships. People sense when you're trying too hard to be perfect, and it makes them uncomfortable because it implies that they should be perfect too. But when you're comfortable with your own humanity, others can relax into theirs. Your willingness to be imperfect creates space for genuine connection, rather than performative relating. This comfort with imperfection extends to your relationship with time and achievement. So much suffering comes from the belief that you should be further along than you are, that you should have accomplished more by now, that you're falling behind some imaginary schedule for life success. But consider the absurdity of this belief. Behind according to what? Ahead toward where? Life isn't a race with a finish line that everyone crosses at the same time. It's more like a garden where different plants bloom in different seasons, each contributing its own unique beauty to the overall landscape. Your timeline is your own. Your pace is your own. Your definition of success gets to be your own. This doesn't mean abandoning all goals or becoming complacent. It means choosing goals that actually matter to you rather than goals that you think you should have, and pursuing them with sustainable effort rather than desperate striving. The ancient Greeks distinguished between two types of time, chronos and kairos. Chronos is clock time, the mechanical measurement of hours and minutes and years. Kairos is qualitative time, the sense that now is the right moment for something to happen, regardless of what the calendar says. Learning to live more by kairos than by chronos can transform your relationship with productivity and achievement. Instead of forcing things to happen according to arbitrary deadlines, you learn to recognize when conditions are ripe for action, and when patience serves you better than pushing. This doesn't mean becoming passive or abandoning planning. It means developing the wisdom to know when to effort and when to allow, when to persist and when to pivot, when to speak and when to listen. This wisdom comes not from rules or formulas, but from cultivating sensitivity to the subtle rhythms of your own life and the larger systems you're part of. Sometimes the most productive thing you can do is rest. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is create space. Sometimes the wisest thing you can do is wait. These choices require courage because they go against cultural messages about constant action and immediate results. But consider the wisdom of seasons. Spring doesn't apologize for taking time to prepare for summer's abundance. Winter doesn't feel guilty for requiring rest before spring's renewal. Each season has its own gifts and its own timing, and trying to force summer energy in winter leads to exhaustion and disappointment. Your life, too, has seasons. There are times for planting and times for harvesting, times for growth and times for integration, times for expansion and times for consolidation. Learning to honor these natural rhythms instead of fighting against them leads to more sustainable success and deeper satisfaction. This seasonal awareness applies not only to long-term life cycles, but to daily and weekly rhythms as well. You might be naturally more creative in the morning and more social in the evening. You might need more solitude during busy work periods and more connection during times of rest. You might think more clearly after exercise and feel more open-hearted after meditation. Paying attention to these patterns and designing your life to work with them rather than against them is a form of self-compassion that pays dividends in energy, effectiveness, and overall well-being. It's also a way of honoring your unique constitution rather than trying to force yourself into productivity systems designed for someone else's rhythms. This individualization of approach extends to spiritual and philosophical practices as well. What brings one person peace might agitate another. What inspires growth in one person might create stagnation in another. The key is experimenting with different approaches and paying attention to what actually serves your development rather than what you think should work. Some people find peace through meditation, others through movement. Some discover wisdom through reading, others through conversation. Some connect with the sacred through nature, others through art, others through service. There's no single path to philosophical understanding or spiritual development. The diversity of paths is itself a philosophical teaching. It suggests that ultimate reality is vast enough to accommodate many different ways of approaching it, that truth has many faces and can be recognized through various means. This recognition can free you from the anxiety of finding the one right way and allow you to explore what actually resonates with your particular temperament and circumstances. This exploration is itself a form of philosophical practice. Instead of accepting inherited beliefs without examination, or rejecting all traditions without consideration, you can approach wisdom teachings as hypotheses to be tested in the laboratory of your own experience. Does this practice actually increase your peace? Does this belief system help you respond more lovingly to difficult situations? Does this way of understanding life make you more generous, more courageous, more authentic? These are the questions that matter more than whether a teaching sounds impressive or comes from an authoritative source. This experiential approach to philosophy transforms abstract ideas into living wisdom. Instead of collecting concepts like trophies, you develop practices that actually change how you move through the world. Instead of knowing about compassion, you become more compassionate. Instead of understanding interconnection intellectually, you feel your actual connection to the web of life. This embodied wisdom naturally leads to what many traditions call presence, the quality of being fully here now rather than lost in thoughts about the past or future. Presence isn't a technique or achievement, but a natural state that emerges when you're not fighting with reality, when you're not trying to be somewhere else or someone else. In moments of true presence, the chronic background anxiety that many people carry begins to dissolve. You're not worried about what might happen because you're engaged with what is happening. You're not disappointed about what didn't occur because you're appreciating what's actually occurring. This doesn't mean presence eliminates all challenges or difficult emotions, but it changes your relationship to them. Instead of being overwhelmed by problems, you're present with them. Instead of being consumed by sadness, you're aware of feeling sad. Instead of being lost in anger, you're observing anger as it moves through you. This shift from being your emotions to observing your emotions is subtle but transformative. It creates space between you and your immediate reactions, space where choice becomes possible. You can feel angry without saying hurtful things. You can feel scared without making fear-based decisions. You can feel sad without believing that sadness defines your entire reality. This spaciousness is one of philosophy's most practical gifts. It allows you to respond to life rather than merely react to it. Response comes from choice and consideration. Reaction comes from habit and impulse. The gap between stimulus and response is where your freedom lives. Viktor Frankl, writing about his experiences in Nazi concentration camps, observed that this freedom to choose your response is the last human freedom, the one that cannot be taken away no matter how dire your circumstances. Even when you cannot control what happens to you, you can influence what you make of what happens to you. This doesn't mean you should be able to maintain perfect equanimity in all situations. Extreme circumstances naturally create extreme responses, and there's nothing enlightened about denying your human reactions to genuinely difficult experiences. But even in the midst of crisis, there can be moments where choice becomes available, where you can decide how to interpret events, or what meaning to find in suffering. The search for meaning in difficulty is not about making everything okay, or pretending that painful experiences are secretly good. It's about recognizing that humans are meaning-making creatures who suffer less when they can find purpose in their struggles, connection through their vulnerability, and growth through their challenges. Sometimes this meaning emerges immediately, but often it only becomes clear in retrospect. The job loss that led to a career change that better fit your values, the relationship that ended and opened space for deeper partnership, the illness that taught you what truly matters and what you'd been taking for granted. This doesn't mean everything happens for a reason in some predetermined cosmic plan. It means that you have the capacity to create reasons, to find purposes, to generate meaning from whatever raw material life provides. This meaning-making ability is one of your most powerful tools for resilience and growth. Resilience, in this context, doesn't mean bouncing back to exactly where you were before a difficult experience. It means developing the flexibility to adapt and grow, through challenges rather than being broken by them. Like a tree that grows stronger by bending in strong winds, resilience comes from learning to flow with life's changes rather than rigidly resisting them. This flowing quality connects to the Taoist concept of water, which is soft and yielding yet incredibly powerful over time. Water doesn't fight against rocks, it gradually wears them smooth. It doesn't struggle against gravity, it follows the natural downward flow while nourishing everything it touches along the way. Cultivating water-like qualities in your own life means learning when to persist and when to yield, when to be firm and when to be flexible, when to take action, and when to allow events to unfold naturally. This isn't passive resignation but active responsiveness, staying alert to changing conditions and adapting your approach accordingly. This adaptive wisdom is especially important in relationships, where rigidity often creates more problems than it solves. Insisting that others behave according to your expectations or timelines usually leads to frustration and conflict. Accepting people as they are while maintaining appropriate boundaries for yourself creates space for genuine connection and mutual growth. This acceptance doesn't mean approval of harmful behaviour or abandonment of your own needs and values. It means recognizing the difference between what you can change and what you can't, then focusing your energy where it can actually make a positive difference. You can't change other people, but you can change how you respond to them. You can't control outcomes, but you can influence them through your choices and actions. This focus on your own sphere of influence is empowering rather than limiting. When you stop trying to control things beyond your power, you free up enormous energy for working effectively within your actual domain of choice. When you stop expecting others to make you happy, you can take responsibility for your own well-being, while also contributing more generously to others' happiness. This shift from external to internal locus of control is one of the most liberating changes you can make. It doesn't happen overnight, and it requires consistent practice to maintain, but it transforms your relationship with both success and failure, pleasure and pain, praise and criticism. When your sense of worth depends on external validation, you're constantly at the mercy of other people's opinions and moods. When your peace depends on circumstances being a certain way, you're vulnerable to disappointment whenever life doesn't meet your expectations. But when you develop internal sources of validation and peace, you become much more stable and authentic in your interactions with the world. This internal stability allows you to engage fully with life without being overwhelmed by its intensity. You can care deeply about outcomes while holding them lightly. You can invest yourself completely in relationships while maintaining your individual identity. You can work passionately toward goals while accepting whatever results emerge. This paradoxical quality of caring without attachment runs through many wisdom traditions. It suggests that the deepest engagement with life comes not from desperate grasping, but from open-hearted participation. When you're not frantically trying to control every detail, you can notice opportunities and possibilities that anxiety might cause you to miss. This openness to surprise and discovery keeps life fresh and interesting, even as you develop greater wisdom and stability. Instead of becoming rigid in your ways, you remain curious about what you might learn, how you might grow, what unexpected joys might emerge from ordinary moments. This curiosity about life's possibilities naturally extends to curiosity about other people's experiences and perspectives. When you're secure in your own worth and worldview, you can listen to different opinions without feeling threatened. You can learn from people whose backgrounds and beliefs differ from yours without losing your own center. This openness to diverse perspectives is crucial in our interconnected world, where collaboration across differences is essential for addressing complex challenges. The problems facing humanity, from climate change to social inequality to technological disruption, require wisdom drawn from many sources and approaches. Your individual philosophical development contributes to this collective wisdom by helping you become more thoughtful, compassionate, and skillful in your interactions with others. Every person who learns to respond rather than react, who chooses understanding over judgment, who offers presence rather than advice when appropriate, helps create conditions for better dialogue and cooperation. This contribution might seem small, but like ripples spreading across a pond, conscious choices in your immediate environment can influence far more than you might imagine. The patience you show to a frustrated stranger might improve their entire day, which affects how they treat everyone else they encounter. The kindness you offer to someone who's struggling might restore their faith in human goodness. The authenticity you bring to a conversation might give others permission to be more honest and vulnerable. These moments of positive influence don't require special credentials or dramatic gestures. They simply require presence, compassion, and the willingness to respond to each situation with as much wisdom and love as you can access in that moment. This is practical philosophy, the application of timeless insights to the immediate circumstances of your daily life. As you lie there now, perhaps feeling your eyelids growing heavy, your breathing naturally slowing, consider carrying these insights gently into your sleep and into tomorrow's awakening. Philosophy is not meant to be a burden of complex ideas to remember, but a gradual transformation of how you meet each moment. Let these understandings settle into your body and mind like beneficial rain soaking into fertile soil. You don't need to grasp or memorize anything. Simply allow the wisdom to find its own way into your consciousness, trusting that what serves your growth will remain available when you need it. Tomorrow brings its own opportunities for practicing presence, for choosing response over reaction, for offering your authentic gifts to the world. Tonight, rest in the knowledge that you are exactly where you need to be in your journey of understanding, that your questions and struggles are part of the path rather than obstacles to it. The ancient philosophers understood that wisdom is not a destination, but a way of travelling, not an achievement but a quality of attention, not a final answer but an ongoing conversation with the mystery of existence. You're already part of this conversation simply by being alive, conscious, and curious about what it means to live well. Sleep often reveals truths that daylight consciousness obscures. In the liminal space between waking and dreaming, your mind naturally releases its grip on the need to analyze, categorize, and control every aspect of experience. This letting go is not surrender to chaos, but recognition of a deeper order that operates beyond the reach of your planning mind. The ancient Taoists spoke of this as returning to the source, the uncarved block of pure potential that exists before you shape it into specific forms and identities. In sleep, you temporarily dissolve the boundaries you've constructed around yourself during waking hours. You're no longer the successful professional or the struggling artist, the devoted parent or the uncertain student. You simply are, existing in the vast field of being that underlies all temporary roles and identities. This dissolution might sound frightening, but it's actually profoundly restful. So much energy goes into maintaining the stories you tell about who you are, what you should be doing, where you should be heading. In sleep, these narratives fade and you return to something more fundamental, more peaceful, more true. The mystics of various traditions have recognized sleep as a form of spiritual practice, a daily opportunity to experience what they call ego death and rebirth. Each night you practice letting go of the constructed self, and each morning you have the opportunity to reconstruct it more consciously, more aligned with your deeper wisdom and authentic nature. This daily cycle of dissolution and reformation mirrors larger patterns in life. Just as seasons cycle from death to rebirth, just as the moon wanes and waxes, your own identity goes through periods of breakdown and renewal. What feels like crisis or confusion may actually be the natural process of outgrowing old versions of yourself to make space for new growth. The philosopher Heraclitus observed that you cannot step into the same river twice, because the water is always flowing, always changing. The same is true of yourself. The person who wakes up tomorrow morning will be subtly different from the person lying here tonight, shaped by dreams, by rest, by the mysterious processes that occur when conscious control relaxes its grip. This constant change can feel unsettling when you are identified with maintaining a fixed sense of self, but it becomes liberating when you recognize that this fluidity is your natural state, that the ability to adapt and evolve is one of your greatest strengths rather than a sign of inconsistency or failure. Consider how this applies to your relationships as well. The people you love are also changing, also growing, also cycling through their own seasons of breakdown and renewal. The friend who disappointed you last month may be emerging from their own period of confusion. The family member who seems stuck in old patterns may be on the verge of unexpected growth. This recognition doesn't excuse harmful behavior or eliminate the need for healthy boundaries, but it can help you hold your relationships more lightly, with more patience for the inevitable changes and challenges that arise when growing people try to love each other across time. Love itself becomes more sustainable when you understand it as a verb rather than a noun, as something you do rather than something you feel. Feelings of love naturally ebb and flow like all emotions, but loving as an action, choosing to treat someone with kindness and respect and care regardless of your momentary feelings, this can remain constant even through difficult periods. This active form of love applies to your relationship with yourself as well. Self-love is not about maintaining constant positive feelings toward yourself, which would be impossible and exhausting. It's about choosing to treat yourself with the same kindness you would offer a good friend going through a difficult time. When you make mistakes, self-love speaks to you with compassion rather than harsh criticism. When you're struggling, self-love acknowledges the difficulty without adding shame about having problems. When you're uncertain about the future, self-love trusts your ability to figure things out as you go, rather than demanding that you have all the answers immediately. This gentle approach to yourself creates the internal conditions for natural growth and healing. Just as plants grow best in soil that's neither too harsh nor too indulgent, your own development flourishes in an atmosphere of kind but honest attention to what wants to emerge. Sometimes what wants to emerge challenges your existing beliefs about yourself or your life. The accountant discovers a passion for poetry. The shy person finds themselves drawn to public speaking. The rational skeptic begins to sense dimensions of experience that logic cannot fully explain. These emergences can feel disorienting, but they're often signs of authentic development rather than problems to be solved. The key is learning to distinguish between growth that serves your authentic development and change that comes from external pressure or the need to escape discomfort. Authentic growth usually feels both exciting and slightly scary, like you're expanding into new territory that genuinely interests you. Inauthentic change often feels forced, driven by should or have to rather than genuine curiosity or calling. This discernment develops through practice, through paying attention to how different choices feel in your body and spirit over time. Your intuition is constantly gathering information about what serves your well-being and what doesn't, but this information often comes through subtle sensations rather than clear thoughts. The tightness in your chest when you agree to something that doesn't align with your values, the expansion you feel when you're moving in a direction that honors your authentic nature, the fatigue that accumulates when you're living according to others' expectations rather than your own inner guidance. These physical responses are forms of wisdom that complement but often transcend rational analysis. Learning to trust this embodied wisdom doesn't mean abandoning rational thought, but it does mean recognizing that your body and emotions are sources of intelligence rather than obstacles to overcome. When all aspects of yourself, mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual, are aligned around a choice or direction, you tend to move forward with natural energy and resilience. This alignment is what the ancient Greeks called integrity, the quality of being undivided, whole, integrated. When you're living with integrity, there's no internal war between what you believe and how you act, between what you value and how you spend your time, between who you are in private and who you present to the world. Integrity doesn't require perfection. It requires honesty about your actual values, capacities, and circumstances, then doing your best to align your choices with this honest assessment. Sometimes this means admitting that you're not ready for certain challenges. Sometimes it means acknowledging that your values have evolved beyond your current situation. The process of coming into greater integrity is often uncomfortable, because it requires facing truths you might prefer to avoid. But this discomfort is the growing pain of authenticity, the temporary soreness that comes from stretching beyond familiar limitations. Consider the metaphor of a snake shedding its skin. The process is necessary for growth, but it's also vulnerable and uncomfortable. The old skin becomes tight and restrictive, but it's familiar and protective. The new skin underneath is soft and sensitive, not yet toughened by experience. For a brief period, the snake is neither fully protected by the old skin nor comfortable in the new one. Human growth often follows similar patterns. You outgrow old ways of being, but the new ways haven't yet become natural and automatic. You know you need to make changes, but you're not yet sure what the changes should look like or how to implement them skillfully. This transitional space can feel uncertain and exposed. The wisdom tradition suggests that these liminal periods, though uncomfortable, are often the most fertile times for development. When your old structures are dissolving but new ones haven't yet crystallized, you're most open to possibilities you might not have considered when you felt more settled and certain. This openness to possibility is itself a form of faith, though not necessarily religious faith. It's faith in the basic intelligence of life, the trust that growth and healing are natural processes that don't require your constant management. Just as your body knows how to heal a cut without your conscious direction, your psyche knows how to heal emotional wounds and integrate new experiences when given supportive conditions. Creating these supportive conditions is one of the most practical applications of philosophical wisdom. It means surrounding yourself with people who see and appreciate your authentic nature rather than those who need you to remain unchanged. It means engaging in activities that nourish your spirit rather than just consuming your time. It means paying attention to environments that support your well-being rather than drain your energy. This curation of your life circumstances isn't selfish but wise. When you're operating from a foundation of genuine well-being, you have more to offer others. When you're chronically depleted or surrounded by toxicity, even your attempts to help tend to be less effective and sustainable. The airplane metaphor applies here. Put on your own oxygen mask first, then assist others. This isn't because your needs are more important than others, but because you can't sustainably care for others from a place of personal depletion. Self-care becomes a form of service when it enables you to show up more fully for what matters to you. But self-care, like many concepts, can become distorted when removed from its deeper context. True self-care isn't about indulgence or avoidance of responsibility. It's about tending to your physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual needs in ways that support your long-term capacity for engagement and contribution. Sometimes self-care means rest and comfort. Sometimes it means challenging yourself to grow. Sometimes it means seeking support, and sometimes it means developing independence. Sometimes it means saying no to good opportunities to preserve energy for great ones. Sometimes it means saying yes to uncomfortable growth experiences that serve your authentic development. The key is developing the discernment to know what you actually need in each situation, rather than defaulting to what feels good in the moment or what you think you should need. This discernment comes from honest self-awareness, the willingness to look clearly at your patterns, motivations, and the results of your choices over time. This honest self-assessment doesn't require harsh judgment, but it does require the courage to see yourself clearly, rather than through the filters of wishful thinking or self-criticism. Both idealization and demonization prevent accurate self-knowledge. The goal is compassionate clarity, seeing yourself with the same kind and realistic perspective you might bring to observing a beloved friend. From this place of clear self-knowledge, you can make choices that truly serve your growth rather than choices that temporarily satisfy your fears or fantasies. You can pursue goals that align with your actual values rather than goals that look impressive to others. You can engage in relationships that support mutual growth rather than relationships that enable mutual stagnation. This clarity about what truly serves you naturally extends to clarity about how you can truly serve others. When you understand your own needs, strengths, and limitations clearly, you can offer help that actually helps rather than help that makes you feel better about yourself but doesn't address the real situation. Sometimes the most helpful thing you can offer is your expertise or resources. Sometimes it's your presence and listening. Sometimes it's honest feedback that others might not want to hear but need to consider. Sometimes it's the wisdom to recognize that someone needs to work through their challenges themselves and that your attempts to help might actually interfere with their growth. This discernment about when and how to help develops through experience, through paying attention to the results of different approaches to caring for others. It also develops through receiving help gracefully yourself, learning what kinds of support actually strengthen you versus what kinds create dependency or resentment. Being a good receiver is itself a form of generosity because it allows others the satisfaction of contributing to your well-being. When you refuse all help or accept it grudgingly, you deprive others of opportunities to experience their own generosity and competence. When you receive help gracefully and use it well, you honor both the giver and the gift. This reciprocal flow of giving and receiving is one of the natural patterns that creates sustainable relationships and communities. When the flow becomes one-sided for extended periods, resentment and depletion tend to develop on both sides. The giver feels taken for granted, and the receiver feels diminished by their dependence. Healthy relationships involve both people sometimes giving and sometimes receiving, sometimes leading and sometimes following, sometimes being strong and sometimes being vulnerable. This dynamic balance requires ongoing communication and adjustment as circumstances change and people grow. The same principle applies to your relationship with life itself. Sometimes you're in a position to contribute actively, to create and build and serve. Sometimes you're in a position to receive, to learn and heal and gather strength. Both phases are necessary for sustainable engagement with the world. Our culture tends to value the active, productive phases more highly than the receptive, restorative phases. But wisdom traditions recognize that periods of apparent inactivity are often when the deepest growth and integration occur. Seeds germinate in darkness before they push toward the light. Ideas incubate in the unconscious before they emerge into conscious awareness. Healing happens during rest as much as during active treatment. Learning to honor your natural rhythms of expansion and contraction, activity and rest, giving and receiving, allows you to engage with life more sustainably and effectively. Fighting against these rhythms leads to burnout, illness, and the kind of forcing that creates more problems than it solves. This respect for natural timing extends to emotional healing as well. Grief has its own timeline that cannot be rushed or scheduled. Anger needs time to be felt and processed before it can transform into constructive action. Joy wants to be savoured rather than immediately analysed or shared. Each emotion has its own intelligence and its own natural cycle of arising, peaking, and dissolving. When you try to control or shortcut these emotional processes, you often prolong them or drive them underground where they influence your behaviour unconsciously. When you allow emotions to move through you naturally while maintaining awareness and appropriate boundaries, they tend to resolve more completely and teach you what they came to teach. This doesn't mean being overwhelmed by emotions or acting out every feeling that arises. It means developing the capacity to feel fully while responding consciously, to let emotions inform your understanding without letting them dictate your actions. This emotional maturity is one of the most valuable skills you can develop for both personal well-being and effective relationships. Emotional maturity includes the recognition that other people's emotions belong to them, not to you. You can empathize without taking on others' feelings as your own. You can care about someone's pain without feeling responsible for fixing it immediately. You can offer support without becoming enmeshed in others' emotional processes. This healthy emotional boundaries allows you to be present with others' difficulties without being overwhelmed by them. It also allows others to have their own experiences without feeling like they need to manage your reactions to their feelings. Both people can be more authentic when neither feels responsible for the other's emotional state. These boundaries aren't walls that separate you from others, but more like cell membranes that allow beneficial exchange while preventing harmful intrusion. Healthy boundaries let love in and keep toxicity out. They allow for intimacy while preserving individual identity. They create safety for vulnerability while maintaining respect for autonomy. Learning to establish and maintain healthy boundaries is often challenging for people who learned early in life that their worth depended on pleasing others or avoiding conflict. But boundaries actually make relationships more sustainable and satisfying because they allow both people to show up authentically, rather than performing versions of themselves designed to avoid rejection or conflict. When you can say no to requests that don't serve you without guilt, you can say yes to opportunities that genuinely excite you with full enthusiasm. When you can express disagreement respectfully, your agreements carry more weight because others know they represent your honest perspective rather than automatic compliance. This authenticity in relationships requires the courage to risk disapproval, rejection, or conflict. Not everyone will appreciate your honesty or respect your boundaries, especially if they've benefited from your previous people-pleasing patterns. But the relationships that survive this increased authenticity tend to become deeper and more satisfying because they're based on genuine mutual respect rather than fear-based accommodation. The process of becoming more authentic in relationships often involves grieving the loss of connections that were based on false versions of yourself. It can be sad to realize that some people were more attached to your compliance than to your actual well-being, but this grief clears space for relationships that can appreciate and support your authentic self. This clearing away of inauthentic connections is part of what many spiritual traditions call purification, though not in a moralistic sense. It's more like clearing clutter from your house so you can see and appreciate what you actually value. When your life isn't cluttered with obligations that drain you and relationships that require you to be someone you're not, you have more energy available for what truly matters to you. This discernment about what truly matters is one of philosophy's most practical gifts. In a culture that offers endless options and constant stimulation, the ability to distinguish between what's merely available and what's actually important becomes crucial for maintaining focus and satisfaction. The ancient Stoics developed exercises for this discernment, regularly reflecting on their priorities and examining whether their daily choices aligned with their deepest values. They recognized that without conscious intention, it's easy to drift into patterns of activity that feel busy but don't contribute to what matters most to you. This regular self-examination doesn't need to be elaborate or time-consuming. It might be as simple as asking yourself periodically, what am I trying to accomplish with my life? How are my current activities serving those goals? What would I regret not doing if I knew this was my last year of life? These questions aren't meant to create anxiety about time running out, but to help you clarify what deserves your precious attention and energy. When you're clear about your priorities, decisions become easier because you have criteria for evaluation, rather than just reacting to whatever seems most urgent in the moment. This clarity also helps you navigate the inevitable tensions between competing goods. Most difficult decisions aren't between good and bad options, but between different good options that require different investments of time, energy, or attention. Should you focus on advancing your career or deepening your relationships? Should you pursue creative projects or financial security? Should you prioritize your own development or service to others? Philosophy suggests that these aren't necessarily either-or choices, but opportunities for creative integration. Often you can find ways to pursue multiple values simultaneously, or to cycle between different priorities at different life stages. The key is making conscious choices rather than defaulting to whatever feels most familiar or socially acceptable. This conscious choice-making is what existentialist philosophers called authentic existence, living according to your own freely chosen values, rather than simply following scripts written by others. This doesn't mean rejecting all external guidance or social conventions, but it does mean taking responsibility for deciding which external influences you'll allow to shape your choices. The freedom to choose your own values and direction can feel overwhelming, especially when you've been accustomed to following clear external guidelines. But this freedom is also exhilarating because it means your life can be truly yours, rather than a performance of someone else's expectations. This ownership of your life choices includes accepting responsibility for their consequences, both positive and negative. When things go well, you can take satisfaction in the results of your conscious decisions. When things go poorly, you can learn from the experience rather than feeling like a victim of circumstances beyond your control. This responsibility doesn't mean blaming yourself for every difficulty or pretending you have control over outcomes that clearly depend on factors beyond your influence. It means recognizing the areas where your choices do matter and focusing your energy there rather than wasting it on regret about unchangeable circumstances or worry about uncontrollable possibilities. This focus on your sphere of influence is both humbling and empowering. Humbling because it reminds you of how much in life is beyond your direct control. Empowering because it helps you recognize how much influence you do have over your responses, interpretations, and choices, even in difficult circumstances. When you focus on what's within your influence, you often discover that you have more power than you realized. You may not be able to control whether you get the job you applied for, but you can control how well you prepare for the interview and how gracefully you handle whatever outcome emerges. You may not be able to prevent loved ones from making choices you disagree with, but you can control how you respond to those choices and what kind of support you offer. This shift from trying to control outcomes to focusing on your inputs often paradoxically leads to better outcomes, because you're investing your energy where it can actually make a difference. When you're not exhausting yourself trying to force things beyond your control, you have more energy available for effective action within your sphere of influence. The Serenity Prayer captures this wisdom beautifully. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. This simple framework can guide you through most of life's challenges if you apply it consistently and honestly. The wisdom to know the difference between what you can and cannot change develops through experience and reflection. Sometimes you discover you have more influence than you thought. Sometimes you realize you've been trying to control things that were never within your power. Both discoveries can redirect your energy toward more effective approaches. This ongoing process of learning what you can and cannot influence is itself a form of spiritual practice, a way of aligning yourself more closely with reality rather than fighting against it. When you're aligned with reality, your actions tend to be more effective because they're based on accurate assessment rather than wishful thinking or fearful assumptions. This alignment with reality includes accepting your own human limitations without using them as excuses for not trying. You have finite energy, attention, and time. You have particular strengths and weaknesses. You have certain circumstances that constrain some choices while enabling others. Working skillfully within these constraints often produces better results than trying to transcend them entirely. The Japanese concept of wabi-sabi finds beauty in imperfection and impermanence, suggesting that flaws and limitations can enhance rather than diminish value. A crack in a ceramic bowl might make it more interesting than a perfect one. The weathering of wood might give it more character than its original polished state. Your own limitations and struggles might contribute to your unique beauty and wisdom, rather than detracting from them. This appreciation for imperfection can transform your relationship with failure and mistakes. Instead of seeing them as evidence of inadequacy, you can view them as sources of character, learning, and connection with others who have also struggled. Your failures make you human and relatable rather than diminishing your worth. This shift in perspective on failure often leads to greater willingness to take creative risks because you're not as afraid of imperfect results. When you can appreciate the learning and growth that come from mistakes, you're more likely to attempt things that matter to you even when success isn't guaranteed. This creative courage is essential for living authentically, because authenticity often requires you to do things differently from how others do them or how you've done them before. Your authentic expression is by definition unique, which means there's no proven template for how to live your particular life well. You have to experiment, make adjustments based on results, and gradually develop approaches that work for your specific combination of circumstances, values, and aspirations. This process requires patience with yourself and tolerance for the uncertainty that comes with creating something new, rather than following established patterns. The uncertainty can feel uncomfortable, especially when you're surrounded by people who seem more confident about their directions. But this uncertainty is also a sign that you're engaging with life creatively, rather than just going through predetermined motions. It's evidence that you're treating your life as an art form, rather than a mechanical process. Like any art form, living authentically requires both technical skill and creative vision. The technical skills include things like communication, emotional regulation, practical problem solving, and relationship maintenance. The creative vision includes your unique perspective on what makes life meaningful and how you want to contribute to the larger human story. Both aspects develop through practice and reflection. You learn technical skills by paying attention to what works and what doesn't in various situations, then adjusting your approach based on feedback. You develop creative vision by exploring what genuinely interests and inspires you, what problems you feel called to address, what kind of legacy you want to leave. This integration of skill and vision allows you to live purposefully without being rigid, to have direction without being attached to specific outcomes, to work toward goals while remaining open to unexpected opportunities and course corrections. The balance between purposefulness and flexibility is one of the ongoing challenges of conscious living. Too much attachment to specific plans can blind you to better possibilities that emerge along the way. Too much flexibility without any direction can lead to drifting without ever developing your potential or making meaningful contributions. Finding your personal balance point between these extremes is part of the art of living well. Some people naturally lean toward overplanning and need to cultivate more flexibility. Others naturally go with the flow and need to develop more intentionality. Most people need different approaches at different times depending on their circumstances and life stage. The key is developing the self-awareness to recognize when you need more structure, and when you need more flow, when you need to push forward, and when you need to step back and reassess. This self-awareness comes from paying attention to your energy levels, your emotional states, and the results you're getting from different approaches. When you're forcing things and feeling chronically stressed, you might need more flow. When you're drifting without making progress on things that matter to you, you might need more structure. When you're excited about your direction but overwhelmed by the scope of what you want to accomplish, you might need to break goals into smaller steps. When you're making steady progress but feeling uninspired, you might need to reconnect with your larger vision. This ongoing attunement to what you need in each phase of your journey is itself a form of wisdom. The practical wisdom that allows you to navigate life's complexities with greater skill and satisfaction. It's not wisdom that comes from books or teachers alone, though these can be valuable resources. It's wisdom that emerges from the intersection of learning and experience, of reflection and action, of solitude and relationship, and as your eyelids grow heavier and your breathing naturally deepens, let these insights settle into your awareness without effort or strain. Tomorrow will bring its own opportunities to practice presence, to choose growth over comfort, to offer your authentic gifts to a world that needs what you have to contribute. Tonight, rest in the knowledge that you are already whole, already worthy, already exactly where you need to be in your unique journey of becoming. The philosophers and sages who have walked before you understood something essential. Wisdom is not a destination to be reached, but a quality of attention to be cultivated moment by moment. You don't need to become someone different to live well. You need to become more fully who you already are beneath all the layers of conditioning, expectation, and fear. In sleep, those layers naturally fall away, and you return temporarily to your essential nature. Let this return be gentle and complete, trusting that the wisdom you've touched tonight will remain available to you, woven now into your understanding like golden threads in a tapestry that becomes more beautiful with each addition. Sleep well, knowing that your questions and your searching are themselves forms of devotion to truth, that your struggles and your growth contribute to the larger human story of awakening, and that your presence in the world matters in ways you may never fully know but can always trust. The universe that created you continues to support your becoming, patiently, lovingly, without condition or deadline. Rest now in that support, in that unconditional belonging, in the profound peace that comes from knowing you are held by forces far greater and more benevolent than your worried mind can imagine. Let sleep be your teacher tonight, showing you once again how to let go gracefully, how to trust the natural processes of renewal, and how to wake tomorrow with the quiet confidence that comes from having touched something eternal within the temporary experience of being human. The ancient Greeks spoke of sleep as the brother of death, not in a morbid sense, but as recognition that both states offer release from the constant effort of maintaining a separate self. In sleep, you practice the art of dissolution, learning to let go of the day's accumulated tensions, disappointments, and even achievements. You release your grip on the need to be anyone in particular and simply rest in the vast spaciousness of being itself. This nightly practice of letting go prepares you for all the smaller deaths that life requires. The death of outdated identities when you outgrow them. The death of relationships that no longer serve mutual growth. The death of dreams that need to transform into new visions. The death of control when life calls for surrender and trust. Each of these transitions can feel frightening when you are identified with what needs to die, but when you understand them as natural processes of renewal, like trees shedding leaves in autumn to make way for spring's fresh growth, they become opportunities for liberation rather than sources of loss. The Buddhist teacher Pema Chodron writes about groundlessness as a fundamental fact of existence that can become a source of freedom once you stop trying to create false security. The ground you think you're standing on, your identity, your circumstances, your certainties about how life should unfold, all of this is constantly shifting whether you acknowledge it or not. When you try to create solid ground where none exists, you exhaust yourself fighting against the natural flow of change. When you learn to be comfortable with groundlessness, to find your stability in your capacity to respond consciously, rather than in unchanging external conditions, you discover a different kind of security, one that can't be shaken because it doesn't depend on things remaining the same. This inner stability is what the Stoics called an inner citadel, an unassailable core of self that remains peaceful regardless of external circumstances. It's not built through accumulating possessions, achievements, or even relationships, though these can certainly enrich your experience. It's built through understanding what you are beyond all these temporary additions to your existence. You are the consciousness in which all experiences arise and pass away. You are the awareness that observes thoughts, emotions, sensations, and circumstances without being defined by any of them. You are the space in which the drama of your life unfolds, vast enough to contain whatever appears without being overwhelmed or diminished by it. This recognition of your essential nature as consciousness itself is perhaps philosophy's greatest gift. It doesn't deny the reality of your human experience with all its joys and sorrows, challenges and celebrations. It provides a foundation of peace that allows you to engage fully with that experience without being at its mercy. From this foundation, you can feel deeply without being overwhelmed, care passionately without being attached, work diligently without being driven by desperation. Your emotions become weather patterns in the sky of awareness rather than tsunamis that threaten to destroy everything in their path. Your thoughts become clouds drifting across the vast blue of consciousness, rather than solid realities that define your identity and possibilities. This shift in identification from the contents of consciousness to consciousness itself is subtle but transformative. It doesn't happen overnight, and it often comes and goes before stabilizing into a more consistent recognition. But once you've glimpsed your essential nature as pure awareness, you have a reference point that can guide you back to peace even in the midst of chaos. This peace is not the absence of activity or challenge, but the presence of a deeper stillness that remains undisturbed regardless of surface conditions. like the deep ocean that remains calm even when waves crash on the surface. Your essential nature remains peaceful, even when your human experience includes difficulty, uncertainty, or intense emotion. Accessing this deeper peace often requires what spiritual traditions call surrender, though not surrender as defeat or passive resignation. This is conscious surrender, the recognition that your small self, with its limited perspective and finite resources, is held and guided by a larger intelligence that you can trust, even when you can't understand its methods or timing. This larger intelligence might be called God, the universe, the Tao, natural selection, or simply the mysterious forces that created galaxies and orchestrate the precise timing of seasonal changes. Whatever name you give it, there's something profoundly restful about recognizing that you're part of a vast web of interconnected processes that operate with wisdom far beyond your individual understanding. This doesn't mean becoming passive or abandoning personal responsibility. It means aligning your individual will with the larger currents of life, rather than exhausting yourself swimming upstream against them. It means learning to recognize when to effort and when to allow, when to lead and when to follow, when to speak and when to listen. The ancient Chinese sage Lao Tzu wrote about this as Wu Wei, effortless action, the ability to accomplish what needs to be done without forcing or striving. Like a skilled sailor who uses the wind rather than fighting against it, you learn to work with the natural forces in your life rather than constantly battling them. This doesn't mean you never encounter resistance or challenge, but it means recognizing the difference between the natural resistance that comes from growing beyond your comfort zone and the unnecessary resistance that comes from trying to force outcomes or control things beyond your influence. Natural resistance feels like a healthy stretch, challenging but not overwhelming, inviting growth without demanding more than you can handle. Unnecessary resistance feels like banging your head against a wall, exhausting and frustrating without leading to positive change or learning. Learning to distinguish between these types of resistance helps you invest your energy more wisely, persisting where persistence serves your growth, and releasing where letting go opens space for better possibilities to emerge. This wisdom of when to hold on and when to let go applies to all areas of life: relationships that may need to evolve or end, career paths that may need to shift direction, beliefs that may need to be updated based on new experience, habits that may have served their purpose and now need to be replaced. The process of conscious evolution requires regular evaluation of what still serves your highest development and what has become outdated or counterproductive. This evaluation isn't harsh judgment but honest assessment, like a gardener examining which plants are thriving and which need different conditions or may need to be removed to make space for others. Sometimes what needs to be released are things you once valued highly, identities that gave you a sense of purpose, relationships that provided security, goals that motivated your efforts. Letting go of these can feel like losing parts of yourself, and in a sense you are, but you're making space for new aspects of yourself to emerge, aspects that are more aligned with who you're becoming rather than who you used to be. This process of conscious evolution is ongoing throughout your life. You're not trying to reach some final state of completion or perfection. You're participating in the endless dance of growth and change that characterizes all living systems. The only constant is change itself, and your task is to learn to dance gracefully with that constant transformation. Dancing with change requires developing what Buddhists call beginner's mind, the ability to approach each situation with fresh eyes, rather than assuming you already know what it's about based on past experience. Even familiar situations contain new possibilities when you're open to seeing them. Even people you've known for years can surprise you when you're not locked into fixed expectations about who they are. This openness to surprise and discovery keeps life interesting, even as you develop greater wisdom and stability. Instead of becoming rigid in your ways, you remain curious about what you might learn, how you might grow, what unexpected gifts might emerge from ordinary moments. This curiosity extends to your relationship with suffering as well. While no one seeks out pain deliberately, when difficult experiences arise, you can approach them with the question, what might this teach me? How might this serve my development? What strengths might I discover that I didn't know I had? This doesn't mean being grateful for traumatic experiences or pretending that all suffering is beneficial. Some pain is simply painful, serving no constructive purpose. But even in genuinely difficult circumstances, there's often something to be learned about resilience, compassion, the preciousness of ordinary pleasures, or the depth of your own capacity to endure and eventually heal. The meaning you create from difficult experiences often becomes one of your most valuable resources for helping others navigate similar challenges. Your wounds, when healed, become sources of wisdom and compassion. Your struggles, when integrated, become foundations for strength and understanding that you couldn't have developed through ease alone. This transformation of wounds into wisdom is one of life's most mysterious and beautiful processes. It doesn't happen automatically, and it requires conscious choice to allow your pain to teach you rather than embitter you. But when this transformation occurs, it creates a kind of meaning that can sustain you through future difficulties and allows you to offer genuine support to others who are suffering. Viktor Frankl, writing about his experiences in Nazi concentration camps, observed that suffering without meaning is unbearable, but suffering that serves a purpose can be endured and even transformed into a source of growth. He didn't minimize the horror of what he experienced, but he found ways to extract meaning from it that helped him survive and later help countless others find purpose in their own difficulties. This ability to find meaning in challenging circumstances is one of your most powerful tools for resilience. You may not be able to control what happens to you, but you can always influence what you make of what happens to you. This meaning-making capacity is uniquely human and represents one of your greatest freedoms. The stories you tell yourself about your experiences have tremendous power to shape not only how you feel about the past, but also how you approach the future. If you tell yourself a story of victimhood, you're likely to feel helpless and passive. If you tell yourself a story of learning and growth, you're likely to feel empowered and curious about what comes next. Neither story is completely true or false. Life contains elements of both suffering and opportunity, limitation and possibility. But the story you emphasize will influence which aspects of your experience you notice and develop. Choosing empowering narratives isn't about denial or positive thinking. It's about focusing your attention on the elements of your experience that support your continued growth and contribution. This conscious choice of perspective is available in every moment, even in the midst of genuine difficulty. You can acknowledge pain while also noticing what remains beautiful. You can grieve losses while also appreciating what continues. You can face uncertainty while also trusting your capacity to navigate whatever emerges. This both-and approach to experience is more accurate than either-or thinking, because life rarely presents simple situations that are entirely good or entirely bad. Most experiences contain mixtures of challenge and opportunity, sorrow and beauty, endings and beginnings. Learning to hold multiple perspectives simultaneously allows you to respond more skillfully to life's complexity. As you settle deeper into rest, let this complexity be a source of richness rather than confusion. You don't need to figure everything out or resolve all contradictions. You can rest in the mystery of a life that contains more than your mind can fully grasp, trusting that your heart and intuition can navigate what your rational thinking cannot completely understand. The ancient mystics knew something that modern culture often forgets. Not everything needs to be understood to be lived well. Love cannot be fully explained but can be fully experienced. Beauty cannot be completely analysed but can be completely appreciated. Peace cannot be entirely comprehended but can be entirely embodied. These direct experiences of love, beauty and peace are available to you not as rewards for spiritual achievement, but as your birthright as a conscious being. They don't require special credentials or years of practice, though both can certainly deepen your capacity to recognize and receive them. They require only presence, the willingness to be fully here now, rather than lost in thoughts about past and future. They require openness, the willingness to receive what's being offered rather than insisting on what you think you want. They require trust, the willingness to let life unfold naturally rather than forcing it to conform to your limited plans and expectations. In this moment, as sleep approaches, all of these gifts are available to you. The love that holds you is present whether you're aware of it or not. The beauty that surrounds you exists in the soft darkness, the rhythm of your breathing, the miracle of consciousness itself. The peace that is your deepest nature remains undisturbed by any surface turbulence in your thoughts or emotions. You don't need to do anything to deserve these gifts or to maintain them once you've received them. They are as natural to you as breathing, as automatic as your heartbeat, as reliable as the turning of the earth. They are not separate from you, but are what you are when all the layers of conditioning and effort and worry are allowed to fall away. Let them fall away now, gently and completely. Let yourself sink into the vast embrace of being itself, where nothing is required of you except to exist, to breathe, to rest in the simple fact of your own aliveness. This is enough. This has always been enough. This will always be enough. The search for meaning, for purpose, for fulfillment, all of these are beautiful expressions of your human nature. But beneath them lies something even more fundamental, the quiet satisfaction of simply being alive, simply being aware, simply being part of the magnificent web of existence that includes galaxies and flowers, mountains and dewdrops, the breath you're taking right now, and the dreams that will soon carry you into sleep. You're both utterly unique and completely interconnected with all of life. Your individual perspective is precious and irreplaceable, while your essential nature is one with the consciousness that looks out through every pair of eyes, that loves through every heart, that seeks truth through every sincere question. This paradox of uniqueness and unity is not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived, like breathing in and breathing out, like the tide that ebbs and flows, like the seasons that cycle endlessly, yet never repeat exactly the same way twice. Rest now in this mystery, in this paradox of being both a single wave and the entire ocean, both a note in the symphony and the silence from which all music emerges. Let your individual concerns dissolve into the larger rhythm of existence, the way a river dissolves into the sea while still contributing its own particular qualities to the whole. There is something profoundly liberating about recognizing that you don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders, that you don't have to solve every problem or understand every mystery or fix every broken thing you encounter. You are part of a vast intelligence that has been unfolding for billions of years, and your role is not to direct this intelligence, but to participate in it consciously, lovingly, with the particular gifts and perspective that only you can offer. This participation doesn't require grand gestures or heroic achievements. It can be as simple as bringing kindness to a difficult conversation, as quiet as listening deeply when someone needs to be heard, as ordinary as tending to your own healing so that you don't unconsciously pass your wounds onto others. Every moment of genuine presence you offer to the world creates ripples that extend far beyond your ability to trace them. Every choice you make from love rather than fear contributes to the collective healing of humanity. Every time you choose growth over comfort, authenticity over approval, courage over safety, you make it a little easier for others to make similar choices. You're not separate from the world you wish to see healed. You're not outside the systems you hope to see transformed. You're woven into the fabric of existence so intimately that your individual healing and the healing of the world are ultimately the same process. When you learn to love yourself with genuine compassion, you add more love to the universe. When you find peace within your own heart, you contribute to peace on earth. This understanding can transform activism from desperate struggle against overwhelming problems into conscious participation in the natural evolution of consciousness. Instead of fighting against what you don't want, you become a living example of what you do want. Instead of trying to change others through argument or force, you inspire change through the magnetic power of authentic transformation. The ancient Taoists understood this principle deeply. They knew that the most powerful influence comes not from pushing or pulling, but from embodying the qualities you wish to see reflected in the world. Like water that shapes stone not through violence but through patient, persistent contact, your consistent presence and example can influence situations in ways that direct confrontation cannot. This doesn't mean becoming passive or avoiding necessary action when circumstances call for it. It means recognizing that sustainable change comes from the inside out, that lasting transformation in any system requires the participation of transformed individuals who understand their interconnection with the whole. Consider how this applies to your daily interactions. When you meet anger with patience, you offer the other person an opportunity to discover their own patience. When you respond to fear with calm confidence, you create space for others to access their own inner stability. When you treat yourself with compassion, you give others permission to be gentle with themselves. These small acts of conscious response create what systems theorists call positive feedback loops, where each loving action encourages more loving actions, where each moment of presence invites deeper presence, where each choice for growth makes the next growth choice slightly easier for everyone involved. You're both beneficiary and contributor to this process. Every time someone treats you with unexpected kindness, every time you witness genuine courage or compassion, every time you read words or hear music that touches something deep in your soul, you're receiving the gifts of others who chose to respond consciously to their circumstances. And every time you choose love over fear, presence over distraction, authenticity over performance, you become someone else's unexpected teacher, someone else's glimpse of what's possible, someone else's reminder that human beings are capable of transcending their conditioning and responding to life from their highest nature. This mutual influence and support is how consciousness evolves, not through isolated individual effort, but through the continuous exchange of wisdom, compassion, and inspiration between beings who recognize their fundamental interconnection. You're simultaneously student and teacher, receiver and giver, learner and guide. The wisdom traditions speak of this as the bodhisattva path, the understanding that your own liberation is inseparable from the liberation of all beings. You cannot be truly free while others suffer, not because you should feel guilty about your happiness, but because at the deepest level there is no real separation between your well-being and others' well-being. This recognition naturally gives rise to what many traditions call compassionate action, service that flows not from obligation or guilt, but from the spontaneous overflow of a heart that has recognized its connection to all life. When you truly understand that helping others is helping yourself, and that healing yourself is healing others, service becomes as natural as breathing. But this service doesn't always look like what you might expect. Sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do is say no to a request that would enable someone's unhealthy patterns. Sometimes the most loving response is to allow others to experience the natural consequences of their choices rather than rescuing them from valuable learning opportunities. Sometimes the greatest service you can offer is simply being genuinely happy, showing others through your example that peace and contentment are possible, even in an imperfect world. Your joy becomes a beacon for others who have forgotten that happiness is their birthright, not something they need to earn through achievement or acquire through accumulation. This natural joy is different from the forced positivity that tries to deny difficulty, or the desperate happiness that depends on external circumstances. It's the quiet satisfaction that comes from living in alignment with your deepest nature, from making choices that honor both your individual authenticity and your connection to the larger web of life. This alignment creates what many traditions call right livelihood, a way of being in the world that serves both your own development and the collective good. Right livelihood isn't necessarily about having a particular type of job, though your work can certainly be an expression of your values. It's more about bringing consciousness to whatever you do, treating all your activities as opportunities to practice presence, kindness, and integrity. Whether you're washing dishes or leading a corporation, teaching children or creating art, caring for family members or pursuing scientific research, you can approach your activities as spiritual practice, as ways of offering your unique gifts to the world while continuing to grow in wisdom and compassion. Now consider your breath as you lie there. Right now, without your conscious direction, your lungs are expanding and contracting, your heart is beating, your blood is circulating, your digestive system is processing, your immune system is defending, and countless other miraculous processes are occurring without any input from your planning mind. The intelligence that orchestrates these functions is far more sophisticated than your conscious mind. Yet you don't try to control your heartbeat the way you try to control your career or your relationships. This same vast intelligence that keeps you alive without your conscious effort is operating in all areas of your life, though it's often obscured by your attempts to micromanage outcomes. When you learn to distinguish between what's truly within your control and what's part of this larger flow, you can participate more skillfully in life, rather than exhausting yourself, trying to force outcomes that may not serve your highest good. The ancient Stoics developed what they called the discipline of desire, which involved training themselves to want what actually happens, rather than demanding that reality conform to their preferences. This doesn't mean becoming passive or abandoning all goals. It means recognizing that your peace and well-being don't depend on getting everything you think you want. when you think you want it, in exactly the way you think it should happen. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his personal journal that would become the Meditations, reminded himself that we suffer more in imagination than in reality. Most of our distress comes not from what's actually happening, but from our resistance to what's happening, our stories about what it means, our fears about what it might lead to, and our demands that things be different than they are. This resistance to reality is like swimming upstream against a powerful current. It's exhausting, ineffective, and ultimately futile. But when you learn to flow with the current while making skillful adjustments to navigate toward your intended direction, you can travel much further with far less effort. This doesn't mean you become a passive leaf blown about by every wind, but rather like a skilled sailor who works with the forces of nature rather than fighting against them. The Taoist concept of Wu Wei, often translated as non-action or effortless action, captures this principle beautifully. Wu Wei doesn't mean doing nothing, but rather acting in harmony with natural flows rather than forcing outcomes through brute effort. A master archer doesn't force the arrow to hit the target through tension and strain, but creates the conditions for accuracy through relaxed focus and proper technique, then allows the natural physics of bow and arrow to accomplish what conscious effort cannot. In your own life, this might mean recognizing when you're pushing too hard against circumstances that aren't ready to change, when you're trying to convince someone who isn't ready to hear, when you're attempting to force a door that isn't meant to open yet. Sometimes the most powerful action you can take is to pause, reassess, and wait for conditions to shift naturally. This patience with timing is one of philosophy's most practical gifts. Our instant gratification culture teaches us that delays are failures, and that we should be able to achieve our goals immediately through sufficient effort and determination. But wisdom traditions understand that everything has its season, its natural timing, its period of gestation before manifestation becomes possible. Consider how this applies to personal growth. You can't force yourself to overcome a deep-seated fear through willpower alone, any more than you can force a seed to sprout by pulling on it. But you can create conditions that support natural growth, exposure to healing influences, patient self-compassion, gradual steps outside your comfort zone, and trust in your innate capacity for change. The same principle applies to relationships. You can't make someone love you, trust you, or understand you through manipulation or demand, but you can create conditions that invite connection, authentic communication, consistent kindness, respect for boundaries, and the security that comes from your own inner stability, rather than desperate need for validation. This shift from trying to control outcomes to focusing on creating supportive conditions is both humbling and empowering. Humbling because it requires acknowledging the limits of your direct influence. Empowering because it directs your energy toward actions that actually work, rather than efforts that create resistance and exhaustion. Think of a gardener who understands this principle deeply. The gardener cannot make plants grow through force or demand, but the gardener can prepare soil, provide water and nutrients, ensure adequate sunlight, and protect vulnerable growth from harsh conditions. The actual growing happens through the plant's own innate intelligence, but the gardener's skillful support creates the environment where this natural process can flourish. You can approach your life with this same wise understanding. You cannot force specific outcomes in your career, relationships, health, or creative projects through anxiety and control. But you can create conditions that support the emergence of what wants to unfold. Clarity about your values, consistent action aligned with those values, openness to feedback and course corrections, and trust in the intelligence that has brought you this far. This trust doesn't require religious faith, though it can certainly include that. It's more like the practical trust you have when you plant a garden, confident that seeds contain the intelligence to become plants even though you can't see or understand all the processes involved. Your life, too, contains this kind of intelligence, constantly working to grow you toward your highest potential, even when the process feels unclear or uncomfortable. Sometimes this growth requires you to outgrow identities, relationships, or circumstances that once served you, but have become limiting. Just as a snake must shed its skin to continue growing, you must sometimes release versions of yourself that no longer fit your expanding consciousness. This process can feel like loss even when it's clearly necessary for your development. The Buddhist teaching of impermanence offers profound comfort during these transitions. Everything that arises also passes away. Every experience, every emotion, every circumstance, every identity is temporary. This includes both the things you want to change and the things you're afraid of losing. Understanding impermanence deeply can free you from clinging to what's meant to flow and from fearing the loss of what was never permanent to begin with. This doesn't mean becoming detached or uncaring. You can love deeply while understanding that love itself is what remains when specific forms of relationship change. You can work passionately while knowing that careers evolve and industries transform. You can appreciate beauty while recognizing that all beautiful things eventually fade, making their present beauty even more precious. The Japanese aesthetic concept of mono no aware embraces this bittersweet appreciation of transience. It's the feeling you get when you see cherry blossoms blooming, knowing they will fall within days, or when you watch a sunset, aware that this particular arrangement of light and colour will never occur again in exactly the same way. There's melancholy in this awareness, but also profound beauty and a quality of attention that comes only from recognising life's fleeting nature. When you truly understand impermanence, you stop taking your current circumstances, both pleasant and unpleasant, quite so seriously. The difficult phase you're going through will pass. The wonderful phase you're enjoying will also pass. But your capacity to navigate change with grace and find meaning in each phase can deepen and stabilise over time. This perspective naturally leads to what many traditions call equanimity, a quality of inner balance that remains stable regardless of external circumstances. Equanimity doesn't mean emotional flatness or indifference. It means having a centre of peace that isn't constantly disturbed by every shift in your environment, relationships, or even your own thoughts and feelings. Developing equanimity is like learning to be a skilled surfer who can ride waves of various sizes without being overwhelmed or bored. Small waves and large waves both offer opportunities for skillful navigation. Calm waters and turbulent waters both have their place in the ocean of experience. The surfer's joy comes not from controlling the waves, but from developing the ability to dance gracefully with whatever conditions arise. In your own life, this might mean learning to respond to praise and criticism with similar inner stability, neither inflated by approval nor deflated by disapproval. It might mean finding your centre of peace that doesn't depend on your mood, your energy level, your bank account, or your relationship status. It might mean discovering that your worth is inherent rather than earned, unchanging rather than conditional. This recognition of inherent worth is perhaps philosophy's most revolutionary insight. You don't have to prove your value through achievement, earn love through performance, or justify your existence through productivity. You matter simply because you exist. Your consciousness itself is valuable beyond measure. Your unique perspective on existence is irreplaceable. Your capacity for love, awareness, and growth is a gift to the universe regardless of how it manifests in particular accomplishments. This understanding can transform your relationship with failure, rejection, and disappointment. These experiences may still feel unpleasant, but they don't threaten your fundamental okayness. A job rejection doesn't mean you're unemployable. A relationship ending doesn't mean you're unlovable. A creative project failing doesn't mean you're talentless. These outcomes simply mean that particular combinations of circumstances didn't align in ways that produced the results you were hoping for. When you're not defending your worth against every potential threat, you can take creative risks more freely, love more openly, and express yourself more authentically. You can ask for what you want without being devastated if the answer is no. You can share your ideas without being crushed if others don't immediately embrace them. You can be vulnerable in relationships without being destroyed if that vulnerability isn't met with perfect understanding. This freedom from the need to protect a fragile self-image allows you to engage with life more fully and spontaneously. Instead of constantly calculating how each choice might affect your reputation or security, you can respond more directly to what each situation actually calls for. Instead of living from your fears about what might go wrong, you can live from your curiosity about what might emerge. Curiosity, rather than fear, becomes your primary orientation toward the unknown. This shift is subtle, but profound. Fear asks, what might hurt me? Curiosity asks, what might I learn? Fear seeks to avoid risk and maintain control. Curiosity seeks to explore possibilities and discover new capacities. Fear contracts your world to what feels safe and familiar. Curiosity expands your world to include experiences that serve your growth even when they challenge your comfort. This curious approach to life naturally leads to what many traditions call beginner's mind, the ability to encounter even familiar situations with fresh eyes and open attention. When you approach your work, your relationships, and even your own thoughts and emotions with beginner's mind, you discover possibilities and insights that habitual thinking tends to overlook. Beginner's mind recognizes that you don't actually know as much as you think you do about anything, including yourself. The person you were yesterday is not exactly the person you are today. The relationship you have with your partner is not exactly the same relationship you had with them last year. The work you do is not exactly the same work it was before you grew and learned from recent experiences. This recognition keeps life fresh and interesting, even as you develop greater wisdom and skill. Instead of becoming rigid in your ways or trapped by your expertise, you remain open to surprise, to learning, to the possibility that your next conversation or experience might shift your understanding in ways you can't predict. This openness to being changed by life is itself a form of courage. It takes bravery to remain flexible when others expect you to be consistent, to admit uncertainty when others want you to be confident, to continue growing when others want you to remain the same person they've always known. But this courage to keep evolving is essential for authentic living. The alternative is a kind of spiritual death, a hardening into fixed patterns that may have served you once, but no longer support your highest development. When you stop growing, you start dying, not physically necessarily, but in terms of your aliveness, creativity, and capacity for joy. Growth often requires you to disappoint some people, including sometimes your former self. The shy person who learns to speak up may disappoint those who preferred their quiet compliance. The people pleaser who develops healthy boundaries may disappoint those who benefited from their unlimited availability. The perfectionist who learns to embrace good enough may disappoint those who counted on their excessive standards. These disappointments can feel painful, but they're often signs that you're moving in a healthy direction. The people who are truly invested in your well-being will celebrate your growth even when it requires them to adjust their expectations or find new ways of relating to you. The people who resist your positive changes may be revealing their investment in keeping you small rather than supporting your flourishing. This process of conscious evolution requires what many traditions call discernment, the ability to distinguish between what serves your authentic development and what keeps you trapped in limiting patterns. Discernment isn't harsh judgment, but clear seeing, the capacity to recognize the difference between growth that serves your highest good and change that comes from fear, pressure, or the need to escape discomfort. Sometimes what looks like spiritual growth is actually spiritual bypassing, using philosophical concepts or practices to avoid dealing with practical responsibilities or emotional challenges. Sometimes what looks like self-care is actually self-indulgence that doesn't truly serve your long-term well-being. Sometimes what looks like compassion is actually enabling behavior that prevents others from learning and growing. Developing genuine discernment requires honest self-reflection and willingness to examine your motivations without harsh judgment. Are you choosing this path because it genuinely aligns with your deepest values, or because it looks impressive to others? Are you avoiding this challenge because it doesn't serve you, or because it scares you? Are you helping this person because it truly serves their highest good, or because you need to be needed? These questions don't have simple answers, and the answers may change as you grow and circumstances evolve. But asking them regularly helps you navigate life more consciously, rather than simply reacting from habit, fear, or unconscious patterns learned in childhood. Much of what we call personal growth is actually the process of becoming conscious of unconscious patterns, and then choosing more intentional responses. You might notice that you automatically say yes to requests even when you're already overwhelmed. You might recognize that you tend to shut down when conflict arises instead of engaging constructively. You might realize that you judge yourself much more harshly than you would judge a good friend facing similar challenges. These patterns aren't character flaws to be ashamed of, but simply learned responses that may have served protective functions at some point in your development. The goal isn't to eliminate all automatic responses, which would be impossible and exhausting. The goal is to develop enough awareness that you can choose your responses more consciously when it matters. This consciousness includes awareness of your emotional patterns and triggers. Emotions are not problems to be solved or eliminated, but sources of information about your inner state and your relationship to current circumstances. Anger often signals that boundaries have been crossed. Fear often signals that something important to you feels threatened. Sadness often signals that something valued has been lost or is ending. When you can recognize emotions as messengers rather than enemies, you can receive their information without being overwhelmed by their intensity. You can feel angry without becoming cruel, scared without becoming paralyzed, or sad without becoming hopeless. The emotion moves through you, delivers its message, and naturally subsides when it's been acknowledged and understood. This emotional fluency is one of the most practical skills philosophy can teach. It allows you to navigate relationships more skillfully, make decisions from clarity rather than reactivity, and respond to challenges with appropriate energy rather than being constantly overwhelmed or numb. As your breathing naturally deepens and your body settles into the support beneath you, let these insights about control, impermanence, and conscious evolution gently infiltrate your awareness. You don't need to memorize or implement anything immediately. Simply allow these understandings to plant seeds in the fertile soil of your resting consciousness. Tomorrow will bring its own opportunities to practice letting go of what you cannot control while taking loving action in areas where your choices truly matter. Tonight, rest in the profound freedom that comes from recognizing you are held by forces far wiser and more benevolent than your worried mind can imagine. The ancient wisdom traditions understood something that our fast-paced world often forgets. True strength comes not from forcing outcomes, but from aligning with the deeper currents of life. True security comes not from controlling circumstances, but from developing the inner resources to navigate whatever circumstances arise. True happiness comes not from getting everything you want, but from wanting what serves your highest development. These aren't consolation prizes for those who fail to achieve worldly success. They're the foundations that make worldly success meaningful and sustainable. When your peace doesn't depend on external validation, you can pursue goals from love rather than fear. When your worth isn't tied to achievements, you can take creative risks without being paralyzed by potential failure. When your joy doesn't require perfect circumstances, you can find reasons to celebrate even in the midst of challenges. This inner stability allows you to engage more fully with life rather than less. Paradoxically, when you need less from the world has more to offer you. When you're not desperately grasping for specific outcomes, you can notice opportunities that anxiety might cause you to miss. When you're not defending yourself against every potential disappointment, you can remain open to unexpected gifts. The Sufi poet Rumi captured this beautifully when he wrote about the need to be empty to be filled, to lose your limited self to find your true nature, to surrender your small will to align with the greater will that moves through all existence. This surrendering is not defeat but victory, not weakness but strength, not loss but discovery of what you truly are beneath all the stories you've told about yourself. What you truly are is vast enough to contain whatever experiences life brings, compassionate enough to meet those experiences with love rather than resistance, and wise enough to find meaning and growth in circumstances that your planning mind might never have chosen. This true nature of yours is not something you need to develop or earn. It's what you are when all the layers of conditioning, fear, and effort are allowed to fall away. In sleep, these layers naturally dissolve and you return temporarily to this essential nature. Let this return be complete and restful, knowing that the wisdom you've touched tonight will continue its quiet work within you, weaving itself into your understanding like starlight weaving itself into the fabric of night sky. You are both the seeker and what is sought, both the question and the answer, both the wave and the ocean from which it arises. Rest now in this mystery, this paradox of being both individual and universal, temporary and eternal, human and divine. Let sleep be your teacher in the art of letting go, trusting, and returning to the source of all peace. Tonight we continue our gentle exploration of philosophy's most liberating insights, those whispered truths that dissolve the chain's doorways to profound of worry and open settle into this quiet peace. As you hour, let your mind release its grip on the day's accumulated concerns. We're about to wander through ideas that have the power to transform not just how you think, but how you breathe, how you rest, how you wake each morning with a little more freedom than the night before. there's a peculiar comfort in recognizing that many of the struggles you face tonight have been faced by countless others across the centuries. The anxiety about tomorrow's uncertainties, the weight of past mistakes, the longing for a life that feels more authentic and meaningful, these are not personal failures, but universal human experiences. Every philosopher whose words have survived the test of time grappled with these same fundamental questions about how to live well in an uncertain world. Let's begin tonight with an insight that might initially seem counterintuitive, but proves deeply liberating upon reflection. The things you resist most strongly often contain the keys to your greatest freedom. This resistance isn't a character flaw to be overcome through willpower, but rather a compass pointing toward areas of your life that are calling for attention, healing, or conscious integration. Consider how this shows up in your daily experience. Perhaps there's a conversation you've been avoiding, one that feels too difficult or potentially painful to have. Yet beneath that resistance lies the possibility of deeper connection, clearer boundaries, or the relief that comes from finally speaking your truth. Maybe there's an aspect of yourself that you've been trying to hide or change, some quality that doesn't fit your idealized self-image. But often these rejected parts of yourself contain untapped sources of creativity, strength, or authentic expression. The ancient Chinese philosophy of Taoism offers a beautiful framework for understanding this dynamic through the concept of yin and yang. These aren't opposing forces locked in eternal conflict, but complementary aspects of a unified whole that create harmony through their interplay. What appears as darkness contains the seed of light. What seems like weakness often conceals hidden strength. What feels like an ending frequently marks the beginning of something new and more aligned with your authentic nature. This principle extends to emotions that our culture often labels as negative or problematic. Anger, when examined closely, often reveals violated boundaries or unexpressed needs that deserve attention. Sadness can be the heart's natural response to loss, creating space for deeper appreciation of what remains. Even anxiety, though uncomfortable, sometimes signals that you're about to step beyond your comfort zone into territory that serves your growth. The key isn't to eliminate these challenging emotions, but to develop what philosophers call emotional intelligence, the capacity to receive the information your feelings provide without being overwhelmed by their intensity. You can feel angry without becoming cruel, sad without becoming hopeless, anxious without becoming paralyzed. The emotion becomes a messenger rather than a master, offering guidance about what needs attention in your inner or outer world. This relationship with difficult emotions connects to a broader philosophical principle that has brought comfort to seekers across cultures and centuries. Nothing in your experience, no matter how intense or overwhelming it may seem, is permanent. This includes both the circumstances you're eager to change and the pleasant experiences you hope will last forever. The Buddhist teaching of impermanence isn't meant to create despair about the transient nature of joy, but rather to offer perspective during times of difficulty and freedom from the exhausting effort of trying to make temporary things permanent. When you're going through a challenging period, remembering that this too shall pass can provide hope and patience. When you're experiencing something wonderful, recognizing its temporary nature can deepen your appreciation without the anxiety of trying to hold on to it forever. This understanding naturally leads to what many wisdom traditions describe as the art of holding lightly. You can care deeply about outcomes while accepting that you cannot control them completely. You can invest yourself fully in relationships while recognizing that all relationships evolve and sometimes end. You can work passionately toward goals while remaining open to the possibility that the path may unfold differently than you initially imagined. Holding lightly doesn't mean caring less or becoming detached in an indifferent way. It means developing the flexibility to dance with life's changes rather than being broken by them. Like a tree that bends in strong winds rather than standing rigid and risking being uprooted, you learn to adapt to changing circumstances while maintaining your essential nature and core values. This flexibility extends to your relationship with your own identity. One of the most liberating recognitions you can have is that you're not fixed or finished, that the person you are today is not the person you were 5 years ago, and that the person you'll become 5 years from now may surprise you in delightful ways. This isn't inconsistency or instability, it's growth, the natural unfolding of your potential in response to new experiences and deeper understanding. Many people suffer unnecessarily because they believe they should have everything figured out by a certain age, or that changing direction indicates failure rather than wisdom. But consider how absurd it would be to expect a river to flow in a perfectly straight line, never adjusting its course based on the terrain it encounters. Your life, like that river, can remain true to its essential nature while adapting its expression to serve the landscape through which it flows. This brings us to another profound insight that has comforted philosophers throughout history. You don't have to be perfect to be worthy of love, respect, and belonging. The pressure to present a flawless image to the world is not only exhausting, but actually prevents the authentic connections that bring genuine fulfillment. Think about the people in your life whom you find most compelling and trustworthy. Chances are, these aren't the people who never make mistakes or always have their lives perfectly arranged. They're the people who can laugh at their own contradictions, admit their uncertainties, and share their struggles with grace and humour. There's something magnetic about authenticity, something that draws others to people who are courageously themselves rather than carefully curated versions of themselves. This courage to be seen as you actually are, rather than as you think you should be, is one of the most radical acts you can perform in a culture that often rewards performance over authenticity. When you stop trying to be perfect, you free up enormous amounts of energy that were previously devoted to maintaining an impossible image. This energy becomes available for creativity, genuine connection, and the kind of growth that serves your actual development rather than your public relations strategy. The ancient Greek concept of authenticity was closely tied to their understanding of eudaimonia, often translated as flourishing or the good life. Eudaimonia wasn't about pleasure or even happiness in the conventional sense, but about living in accordance with your deepest nature and highest capacities. It was about becoming fully yourself rather than trying to become someone else's idea of who you should be. This process of authentic becoming often requires disappointing some people, including sometimes your former self. The shy person who learns to speak their truth may disappoint those who preferred their quiet compliance. The people-pleaser who develops healthy boundaries may disappoint those who benefited from their unlimited availability. The perfectionist who learns to embrace good enough may disappoint those who counted on their excessive standards to make themselves feel better by comparison. These disappointments can feel painful, especially if you've spent years deriving your sense of worth from others' approval, but they're often signs that you're moving in a healthy direction, choosing growth over comfort, authenticity over acceptance. The people who truly care about your well-being will celebrate your increased honesty and self-respect, even when it requires them to adjust their expectations or find new ways of relating to you. This leads us to explore one of philosophy's most practical insights about human relationships. You cannot love others well until you learn to love yourself with genuine compassion. This isn't selfish, but wise, because how you treat yourself sets the template for how you allow others to treat you, and how you're likely to treat them in return. If you're constantly criticizing yourself for not being good enough, you're likely to be hypercritical of others' imperfections. If you can't forgive yourself for past mistakes, you may struggle to forgive others when they fall short of your expectations. If you don't believe you deserve kindness and respect, you may unconsciously choose relationships that confirm this limiting belief. But when you learn to speak to yourself with the same compassion you'd offer a beloved friend going through difficulties, something beautiful happens. You become capable of offering that same quality of understanding to others. You stop expecting people to be perfect because you're no longer demanding perfection from yourself. You can appreciate others' growth process because you're patient with your own. This self-compassion isn't self-indulgence or making excuses for behaviors that harm yourself or others. It's the recognition that all humans are works in progress, doing the best they can with their current level of awareness and available resources. This includes you. You're not broken and in need of fixing, but rather whole and in process of continuous becoming. Consider how this shifts your relationship with mistakes and failures. Instead of evidence of fundamental inadequacy, they become information about what approaches serve you and which ones don't. Instead of reasons for shame, they become opportunities for learning and course correction. Instead of threats to your identity, they become natural parts of any authentic human journey. This reframing of failure connects to another liberating philosophical insight. Your worth is not determined by your achievements, productivity, or ability to meet others' expectations. You have inherent value simply because you exist, because you're a conscious being capable of love, creativity, and growth. This worth cannot be earned through performance or lost through mistakes. It's as fundamental to your nature as your capacity for awareness itself. This recognition can transform your relationship with work, goals, and success. When your sense of value isn't dependent on external validation, you can pursue meaningful objectives from love rather than fear. You can take creative risks without being paralyzed by potential failure. You can celebrate others' successes without feeling diminished by comparison. You can find satisfaction in the process of growth rather than only in the achievement of specific outcomes. The ancient Stoics understood this principle deeply. They distinguished between what they called preferred indifference and genuine goods. Preferred indifference include things like health, financial security, and social recognition, which are generally pleasant to have but don't determine your fundamental well-being. Genuine goods include things like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, qualities that enhance your character regardless of external circumstances. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent to practical concerns or abandoning all worldly goals. It means recognizing that your deeper fulfillment comes from who you're becoming, rather than what you're accumulating, from how you're growing rather than where you're going. When you understand this distinction, you can engage fully with life's opportunities and challenges without being at the mercy of outcomes beyond your control. This brings us to one of philosophy's most transformative insights about the nature of control itself. The things you can actually control are fewer than you might think, but they're also more powerful than you might realize. You cannot control other people's choices, the weather, economic conditions, your genetics, your past, or most of the circumstances that shape your daily experience. But you have tremendous influence over how you interpret these circumstances, how you respond to them, and what meaning you create from them. This sphere of influence, though it may seem limited, contains everything you need to live a meaningful and satisfying life. Within your responses to whatever life presents lies the freedom to choose growth over stagnation, love over fear, presence over distraction, authenticity over performance. These choices, accumulated over time, shape your character and your experience more profoundly than most external circumstances ever could. Viktor Frankl, writing from his experience in Nazi concentration camps, observed that even in the most extreme circumstances, humans retain the freedom to choose their attitude toward their situation. This doesn't mean pretending that difficult circumstances are pleasant, or that all suffering serves a constructive purpose. It means recognizing that even when you cannot control what happens to you, you maintain some influence over what you make of what happens to you. This power to create meaning from experience is uniquely human and represents one of your most precious capacities. The stories you tell yourself about your experiences shape not only how you feel about the past, but also how you approach the future. These narratives have tremendous power to either empower or diminish you, to open possibilities or close them, to create connection or isolation. The key is learning to craft stories that serve your growth and well-being without denying the reality of genuine difficulties. This isn't about positive thinking or pretending everything is wonderful when it isn't. It's about finding frameworks of understanding that allow you to extract wisdom and strength from whatever experiences life provides. Sometimes this wisdom emerges immediately, but often it only becomes clear in retrospect. The job loss that led to a career more aligned with your values, the relationship that ended and opened space for deeper love, the illness that taught you what truly matters and what you'd been taking for granted, the failure that humbled your pride and opened your heart to receiving help from others. This doesn't mean everything happens for a reason in some predetermined cosmic plan. It means you have the remarkable capacity to create reasons, to find purposes, to generate meaning from whatever raw material your experience provides. This meaning-making ability is one of your most powerful tools for resilience and transformation. As you rest there now, feeling your body settle and your breathing naturally deepen, consider the profound implications of these insights. You're not at the mercy of your thoughts, your emotions, or your circumstances. You are the conscious observer of all these experiences, vast enough to contain whatever arises without being defined or limited by it. This recognition of your essential nature as consciousness itself is perhaps philosophy's greatest gift. It doesn't deny the reality of your human experience with all its complexity and intensity. Rather, It provides a foundation of peace that allows you to engage fully with that experience without being overwhelmed by it. From this foundation, you can feel deeply without drowning in emotion. You can care passionately without being attached to specific outcomes. You can work diligently without being driven by desperation. You can love fully without needing others to complete you. You can face uncertainty with curiosity rather than anxiety, knowing that your capacity to respond consciously is more reliable than any external security you might try to create. This inner stability doesn't develop overnight, and it doesn't mean you'll never again feel scared, sad, or confused. These are natural human responses to challenging circumstances, but gradually you begin to identify less with these temporary states and more with the awareness that observes them. You begin to find your center in your capacity for conscious response, rather than in unchanging external conditions. This shift in identification is subtle but transformative. It's the difference between saying, "I am angry," and "I notice anger arising in me." The first statement suggests that anger defines your entire being in that moment. The second recognizes anger as a temporary experience that you can observe with some spaciousness and choice about how to respond. This spaciousness between experience and response is where your freedom lives. It's the pause that allows you to choose patience instead of reactivity, curiosity instead of judgment, love instead of fear. In that pause, you discover that you have more power than you might have realized. Not power over external circumstances, but power over your internal responses to those circumstances. The ancient meditation traditions developed various practices to cultivate this spaciousness, but you don't need special techniques to begin recognizing it. Simply pausing to take a conscious breath before responding to a challenging situation can create enough space for wisdom to emerge. Simply noticing when you're caught in a mental loop of worry or resentment can begin to free you from its grip. This mindful awareness extends to all areas of your experience. You begin to notice the difference between thoughts that serve your well-being and thoughts that create unnecessary suffering. You start to recognize emotions as messengers rather than masters, providing information about your inner state and your relationship to current circumstances. You develop the capacity to observe your own patterns of behavior with curiosity rather than harsh judgment. This self-observation isn't meant to become another form of self-criticism, but rather a gentle form of self-knowledge that supports more conscious choices. When you understand your tendencies towards certain reactions, you can begin to create conditions that support your highest responses rather than your most automatic ones. For example, if you notice that you tend to make impulsive decisions when you're tired, you can develop the habit of postponing important choices until you're more rested. If you recognize that certain environments or relationships consistently drain your energy, you can limit your exposure to them or develop strategies for maintaining your equilibrium within them. This isn't about controlling every aspect of your experience, but about working skillfully with your actual human nature, rather than fighting against it. Like a gardener who learns to work with soil conditions and weather patterns rather than expecting plants to thrive in unsuitable environments, you learn to create conditions that support your natural flourishing. Part of this involves accepting your own rhythms and cycles, rather than demanding consistent peak performance from yourself. You have times of high energy and times when you need restoration. You have periods of expansion and periods of consolidation. You have seasons of growth and seasons of integration. Learning to honor these natural fluctuations rather than fighting against them leads to more sustainable well-being and effectiveness. This acceptance of your human rhythms extends to accepting the full range of your emotional experience. Joy and sorrow, excitement and calm, confidence and uncertainty, all of these are natural parts of a fully lived life. Trying to maintain only positive emotions is like trying to have a garden with only flowers and no soil, roots, or seasonal cycles. It's not only impossible, but would actually be less beautiful than the natural complexity of growth and change. When you can embrace the full spectrum of your humanity, including the parts you'd rather not have, you become more whole, more authentic, and paradoxically more peaceful. You stop wasting energy trying to be someone you're not, and can invest that energy in becoming more fully who you actually are. This authentic self-acceptance creates a foundation for genuine relationships with others. When you're comfortable with your own imperfections, you can be more accepting of others' humanity as well. When you're not defending a false image of yourself, you can be present for others without constantly managing how they perceive you. This presence is one of the greatest gifts you can offer another person. In a world full of distractions and performance, simply being fully here with someone, listening without judgment, offering attention without agenda, this becomes a rare and precious offering. You don't need to have all the answers or solve their problems. Often, the healing power of genuine presence is far greater than any advice or intervention you might provide. This quality of presence emerges naturally when you're not preoccupied with past regrets or future anxieties. When your attention is fully available to this moment, you can notice subtleties in communication, beauty in ordinary experiences, and opportunities for kindness that you might miss when your mind is scattered across time and space. Cultivating this present moment awareness is both simple and profound. It doesn't require special circumstances or extensive training. It simply requires remembering to return your attention to what's actually happening now rather than what you're thinking about what's happening now. The difference is subtle but significant. What's actually happening might be the feeling of your breath moving in and out of your body, the sounds of night settling around your dwelling, the softness of whatever supports you as you rest. What you're thinking about what's happening might be concerns about tomorrow's schedule, replaying conversations from earlier today, or analysing whether you're relaxed enough yet. Both levels of experience have their place, but when you can distinguish between direct experience and mental commentary about experience, you discover a quality of peace that exists beneath the surface chatter of your thinking mind. This peace isn't dependent on having pleasant thoughts or perfect circumstances. It's the natural state of consciousness when it's not agitated by constant mental activity. This underlying peace is what many spiritual traditions point to as your true nature, the essence of what you are beneath all the temporary identities, roles, and stories you carry. Recognizing this essential peace doesn't require believing in any particular religious or philosophical system. It's available to direct experience when you learn to rest attention in awareness itself, rather than in the objects of awareness. From this place of fundamental peace, you can engage with life's challenges and opportunities without being overwhelmed by them. You can care deeply about outcomes while holding them lightly. You can work passionately toward goals while accepting whatever results emerge. You can love fully while maintaining your individual wholeness. This balanced engagement with life is what philosophers have long recognized as wisdom in action. It's not withdrawal from the world, but conscious participation in it. It's not indifference to outcomes, but freedom from being defined by them. It's not suppression of emotion, but spacious awareness that can contain all feelings without being controlled by any of them. As your eyelids grow heavier and your consciousness prepares for sleep's gentle dissolution, let these insights settle into your awareness like seeds planted in fertile soil. You don't need to remember every detail or implement dramatic changes. Simply allow these understandings to work their quiet magic, transforming your relationship with thoughts, emotions, and experiences in ways that serve your deepest well-being. Tonight, as you drift toward dreams, you carry with you the recognition that you are both beautifully human and infinitely vast, both perfectly imperfect and completely whole, both a unique individual and an expression of the universal consciousness that looks and loves through all eyes, all hearts. Rest now in this paradox, this mystery of being both finite and infinite, temporary and eternal, separate and connected. Let sleep teach you once again the art of letting go, of trusting natural processes beyond your control, of finding peace in the dissolution of all the boundaries that seemed so solid during your waking hours. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities to practice presence, to choose love over fear, to respond from wisdom rather than habit. But that is tomorrow's gift. Tonight's gift is this gentle release into the vast embrace of being itself, where you are held, known, and loved exactly as you are, exactly as you're becoming, exactly as you've always been beneath all the stories of struggle and striving. Sleep well, dear friend of wisdom. Let these liberating truths carry you safely through the night, and may you wake tomorrow with a heart a little more open, a mind a little more peaceful, and a spirit a little more free than when you first closed your eyes tonight. The deepest teachings often come not from books or lectures, but from the quiet spaces between thoughts, the gentle pauses between heartbeats, the soft transitions between sleeping and waking. as you settle deeper into this restful exploration, we turn now toward perhaps the most liberating insight of all, the recognition that you are already free, and that most of your suffering comes not from your circumstances, but from your resistance to what is already unfolding naturally within and around you. This freedom isn't something you need to earn through years of spiritual practice or philosophical study. It isn't a reward for perfect behavior or enlightened understanding. It's the fundamental condition of your being, temporarily obscured by layers of conditioning, expectation, and the persistent illusion that you are separate from the vast intelligence that created you and continues to sustain you in every moment. Consider the profound simplicity of your breathing as you lie there. Your lungs expand and contract without your conscious direction, part of an intricate dance of oxygen and carbon dioxide that keeps every cell in your body alive. You don't have to remember to breathe. You don't have to monitor the precise chemical exchanges taking place. You don't have to worry about whether you're breathing correctly. The intelligence that orchestrates this process is far more sophisticated than your thinking mind, yet it operates effortlessly, continuously, without fanfare or acknowledgement. This same intelligence that breathes you is also living your life in ways your conscious mind rarely recognizes. It's orchestrating the healing of every small wound, the replacement of every worn cell, the processing of every experience into memory and wisdom. It's coordinating the countless synchronicities that bring the right people into your path at the right moments, the unexpected opportunities that arise just when you need them, the insights that emerge from seemingly random encounters or observations. The mystics across all traditions have pointed to this intelligence by different names: the Tao, God, universal consciousness, the Self, natural wisdom, the ground of being. But regardless of what you call it, the invitation is the same: to recognize that you are not separate from this intelligence but are one of its unique expressions, like a wave that is both distinct and inseparable from the ocean. When you truly understand this, a profound relaxation becomes possible. You don't have to figure everything out because the intelligence that created galaxies and orchestrates the precise timing of seasons is also available to guide your individual journey. You don't have to force outcomes because the same power that grows flowers from seeds can also grow your dreams into reality when conditions are right. You don't have to protect yourself from all possible harm because you are held by forces far more protective and benevolent than your worried mind can imagine. This doesn't mean becoming passive or abandoning all personal responsibility. It means recognizing the difference between your role and the universe's role in the unfolding of your life. Your role is to show up authentically, to make conscious choices aligned with your deepest values, to treat yourself and others with kindness, to remain open to growth and learning. The universe's role is everything else: the timing of opportunities, the orchestration of circumstances, the mysterious processes that transform your efforts into results in ways you could never plan or predict. The ancient Chinese understood this through their concept of yin and yang, not as opposing forces but as complementary aspects of a unified whole. Your conscious effort is the yang aspect, active and intentional. Your receptive trust in larger processes is the yin aspect, open and allowing. True mastery in living comes from learning to dance between these two poles, rather than getting stuck in either extreme. Too much yang, too much forcing and controlling leads to exhaustion and resistance. You become like someone trying to swim upstream against a powerful current, expending enormous energy for minimal progress. Too much yin, too much passivity, leads to stagnation and missed opportunities. You become like a boat without sails, at the mercy of whatever currents happen to carry you. But when you learn to balance effort with trust, action with acceptance, doing with being, you discover a way of living that feels both purposeful and effortless. Like a skilled sailor who uses the wind rather than fighting against it, you learn to work with the natural forces in your life rather than constantly battling them. This collaboration with life's natural rhythms requires developing what philosophers call practical wisdom, the ability to discern what each situation actually calls for, rather than applying the same approach to every circumstance. Sometimes life calls for bold action, sometimes for patient waiting. Sometimes it requires speaking your truth, sometimes holding silence. Sometimes it needs your analytical mind, sometimes your intuitive heart. Learning to read these subtle cues is like developing fluency in a language that speaks through coincidences, energy levels, emotional responses, and the quality of ease or resistance you feel as you move through your days. When you're aligned with what wants to happen, there's often a sense of flow, even when the activity itself is challenging. When you're pushing against the natural current, there's often a quality of strain that no amount of effort can resolve. This doesn't mean avoiding all difficulty or only doing things that feel easy. Growth almost always involves some discomfort as you stretch beyond familiar limitations. But there's a difference between the productive discomfort of healthy growth and the draining friction that comes from forcing things that aren't ready to happen, or trying to be someone you're not designed to be. The productive discomfort feels like a good stretch, challenging but not overwhelming. It comes with an underlying sense of excitement or curiosity, even when you're scared. The draining friction feels like banging your head against a wall, exhausting without being enriching. It often comes with resentment, either toward yourself for not being different, or towards circumstances for not cooperating with your plans. Developing the sensitivity to distinguish between these different types of resistance is one of the most practical skills philosophy can teach. It helps you persist where persistence serves your growth, and surrender where letting go opens space for better possibilities to emerge. This skill becomes especially important when navigating the complex territory of relationships, where two or more growing individuals attempt to create connection while honouring their individual authenticity. Relationships are perhaps life's greatest teachers because they constantly present opportunities to practice love in the face of differences, to maintain your own centre while remaining open to another person's experience, to give generously without depleting yourself. The conventional model of relationships often operates from a foundation of need. I need you to make me happy, to validate my worth, to complete what feels missing in me. This creates tremendous pressure on the relationship because it's asking another person to be responsible for your well-being in ways that no human being can sustainably provide. When your happiness depends on someone else behaving in specific ways, you become anxious about controlling their choices, resentful when they don't meet your expectations, and devastated when the relationship changes or ends. But there's another possibility. Relationships based on overflow rather than need, where two people who are already whole choose to share their fullness with each other. This doesn't mean you never need support, comfort, or companionship from others. These are natural human needs. It means that your fundamental sense of worth and well-being doesn't depend on any one person providing these things in exactly the ways you think you want them. When you're relating from overflow rather than need, you can appreciate others without trying to possess them. You can love them without requiring them to stay the same to maintain your comfort. You can support their growth even when it takes them in directions you wouldn't choose for them. You can enjoy their presence without being devastated by their absence. This shift from needy to generous relating transforms not only romantic partnerships, but all your connections, friendships, family relationships, professional collaborations, even casual encounters with strangers. When you're not desperately trying to get something from others, you become much more present to what you might offer, more sensitive to what each situation actually calls for, rather than what you hope to extract from it. Sometimes what's needed is your expertise or practical help. Sometimes it's simply your patient listening. Sometimes it's your honest feedback, even when it might not be what someone wants to hear. Sometimes it's the wisdom to recognize that someone needs to work through their challenges themselves, and that your attempts to help might actually interfere with their necessary learning process. This discernment about when and how to help develops through practice and attention to the results of different approaches. It also develops through receiving help gracefully yourself, learning what kinds of support actually strengthen you versus what kinds create dependency or undermine your confidence in your own capabilities. Being a skilled receiver is itself a form of generosity because it allows others the satisfaction of contributing meaningfully to your life. When you refuse all help or accept it grudgingly, you deprive others of opportunities to experience their own competence and caring. When you receive support gratefully and use it well, you honour both the giver and the gift. This reciprocal flow of giving and receiving creates what systems theorists call positive feedback loops, where each generous action encourages more generosity, where each moment of authentic connection makes deeper connection more likely, where each choice for love over fear makes the next loving choice slightly easier for everyone involved. You're both beneficiary and contributor to this process. Every act of unexpected kindness you've received, every moment of genuine understanding you've been offered, every time someone has seen your potential when you couldn't see it yourself. These have all been gifts from people who chose to respond from their highest nature rather than their automatic patterns. And every time you choose patience over irritation, curiosity over judgment, compassion over criticism, you become someone else's unexpected teacher, someone else's glimpse of what's possible, someone else's reminder that human beings can transcend their conditioning and respond to life from wisdom rather than reactivity. This understanding that we're all simultaneously students and teachers, learners and guides, receivers and givers, points to one of philosophy's most profound insights: the recognition that individual well-being and collective well-being are ultimately inseparable. You cannot be fully happy while remaining indifferent to others' suffering, not because you should feel guilty about your joy, but because at the deepest level your flourishing and others' flourishing arise from the same source. This doesn't mean taking responsibility for everyone else's happiness, or feeling obligated to solve every problem you encounter. That would be both impossible and ultimately unhelpful, because it would prevent others from developing their own resilience and problem-solving capabilities. It means recognizing that your own healing and growth contribute to the healing and growth of the larger systems you're part of. When you learn to speak to yourself with kindness rather than harsh criticism, you naturally become more compassionate toward others' struggles. When you develop the courage to be authentic rather than performing to gain approval, you give others permission to drop their masks as well. When you find peace within your own heart, you become a source of calm in chaotic situations. This ripple effect of consciousness is how transformation spreads through families, communities, and cultures. Not through preaching or trying to convince others to change, but through the quiet magnetism of people who have done their own inner work and naturally embody the qualities they wish to see in the world. The ancient Taoists understood this principle deeply. They knew that the most powerful influence comes not from pushing or pulling, but from embodying the change you wish to see. Like water that shapes stone not through violence, but through patient, persistent contact, your consistent presence and example can influence situations in ways that direct confrontation cannot. This doesn't mean avoiding necessary conversations or failing to take action when circumstances clearly call for it. It means choosing your battles wisely and approaching even difficult situations from a foundation of inner peace rather than reactive emotion. When you're centered in your own worth and clarity, you can address problems without attacking people. You can set boundaries without creating enemies. You can stand for your values without demonizing those who disagree. This skill becomes especially valuable in our current cultural moment, when public discourse often feels polarized and hostile, when people seem to retreat into ideological camps rather than engaging in genuine dialogue. The temptation is to match hostility with hostility, to meet aggression with aggression, to respond to close-mindedness with your own rigid certainty. But philosophy suggests a different approach, responding to unconsciousness with consciousness, to fear with love, to reactivity with presence. This doesn't mean being naive about genuine dangers or enabling harmful behavior. It means recognizing that lasting change comes from raising the level of consciousness in any situation, rather than simply changing the content of the conflict. When you can listen deeply to someone whose views differ dramatically from yours, you often discover that beneath the surface disagreement lie shared values. The desire for safety, for dignity, for meaning, for connection. These shared human needs become bridges for understanding, even across significant differences in belief or approach. This capacity for bridge building becomes increasingly important as our world becomes more interconnected and interdependent. The challenges facing humanity, from climate change to technological disruption to economic inequality, require collaboration across differences of culture, religion, politics, and worldview. Your individual development of wisdom and compassion contributes to this collective capacity for cooperation. Every time you choose understanding over judgment, curiosity over certainty, love over fear, you add to the reservoir of consciousness available for addressing our shared challenges. This might seem like a small contribution in the face of enormous global problems, but consider how systems change. Through the accumulated choices of individuals who decide to respond from their highest understanding rather than their automatic patterns. Every person who learns to regulate their own emotions contributes to emotional stability in their family. Every family that learns to communicate with respect and kindness contributes to social harmony in their community. Every community that learns to address conflicts constructively contributes to peaceful resolution of larger social tensions. You're not separate from the world you hope to see healed. You're not outside the systems you wish to see transformed. Your individual choices about how to think, feel, speak, and act are threads in the vast tapestry of collective human experience. When you change the quality of your thread, you change the pattern of the whole fabric, even if you can't see the full extent of your influence. This understanding can transform your relationship with daily life from routine maintenance to spiritual practice. Washing dishes becomes an opportunity to practice presence and gratitude. Commuting becomes time for contemplation or compassionate awareness of fellow travelers. Conversations with family members become chances to practice patient listening and loving speech. None of this requires dramatic changes in your external circumstances. It simply requires bringing more consciousness to whatever you're already doing, treating ordinary moments as opportunities to embody the qualities you most value: kindness, authenticity, courage, wisdom, love. As you do this consistently over time, these qualities become more natural and automatic. You begin to respond from wisdom rather than reactivity, not because you're forcing yourself to be spiritual, but because wisdom has become your default setting through practice and repetition. This is how character develops according to Aristotle's understanding of virtue ethics, through repeatedly choosing excellent actions until excellence becomes second nature. You become brave by acting bravely, compassionate by practicing compassion, wise by making wise choices, even when these responses don't feel natural at first. The key is patience with the process of development. Just as physical fitness develops gradually through consistent exercise, rather than dramatic one-time efforts, emotional and spiritual fitness develop through daily choices to respond from your highest understanding, rather than your most automatic patterns. Some days you'll succeed others. Some situations do more than will trigger old patterns of reactivity despite your best intentions. This is completely normal and doesn't indicate failure. It indicates that you're human, that you're still learning, that growth is an ongoing process rather than a finished achievement. The Zen tradition speaks of this as falling down 7 times and getting up 8. Each time you notice that you've reacted from an old pattern, rather than responding from wisdom, you have an opportunity to begin again, to choose differently in the next moment, to treat the recognition itself as a form of awakening. This gentle approach to self-development is much more sustainable than the harsh self-criticism that many people use to try to motivate change. Criticism creates resistance and shame, which actually make it harder to change patterns. Compassionate awareness creates space for natural growth and learning. When you notice that you've spoken harshly to someone, instead of attacking yourself for being unkind, you can simply acknowledge what happened and consider how you might respond differently in similar situations. When you realize you've been lost in worry about the future instead of present to current opportunities, instead of judging yourself for being anxious, you can gently return your attention to what's actually happening now. This kind and realistic approach to personal growth recognizes that you're always in process, always learning, always becoming. There's no final state of perfection to achieve, no graduation from the school of human experience. Each day offers new opportunities to practice presence, kindness, authenticity, and wisdom in whatever circumstances arise. The circumstances themselves are less important than the quality of attention you bring to them. You can practice patience while standing in a long line at the grocery store. You can practice gratitude while doing routine household tasks. You can practice compassion while listening to someone complain about problems you can't solve. You can practice courage while having a difficult but necessary conversation. These small moments of conscious practice accumulate over time into significant transformation, not just for you, but for everyone whose life you touch. Your patience in the grocery line might help the cashier have a better day, which affects how they treat other customers. Your gratitude for ordinary tasks might shift your family's atmosphere from complaint to appreciation. Your compassionate listening might help someone feel less alone with their struggles. You don't need to be perfect to have positive influence. You just need to be present, to bring whatever level of consciousness you have access to in each moment, to choose love over fear when you remember to do so. The remembering itself gets easier with practice, like developing muscle memory for kindness. This practice-based approach to wisdom recognizes that insight without application remains merely intellectual entertainment. The goal isn't to accumulate philosophical knowledge, but to transform how you actually live, how you actually treat yourself and others, how you actually respond to the inevitable challenges and opportunities that arise in human life. Real wisdom shows up not in how you know, but in how you are. You presence yourself in difficult conversations, how you handle disappointment when things don't go as planned, how you treat people who can't do anything for you, how you respond when someone treats you unfairly. These are the laboratories where philosophical understanding becomes the lived wisdom, where abstract concepts about compassion and courage and authenticity get tested and refined through actual practice. The practice itself is the path, not a means to some other destination. As your eyelids grow heavier and your body settles more completely into rest, let these understandings about practice and presence, effort and trust, individual growth and collective healing settle into your awareness like seeds planted in fertile soil. You don't need to remember every detail or implement dramatic changes tomorrow. Simply allow these insights to work their quiet transformation within you, like starlight finding its way through darkness. The ancient sages understood something that our fast-paced world often forgets. True change happens slowly, organically, from the inside out. Like trees that grow imperceptibly day by day yet create dramatic transformation over seasons and years. Your consciousness is always expanding, always deepening, always finding new ways to express love and wisdom through your unique personality and circumstances. Tonight, as you drift toward dreams, you carry with you the recognition that you're both a student and teacher in the great school of existence, both a wave and the ocean, both perfectly human and infinitely divine. Your questions and struggles are not obstacles to overcome, but essential aspects of your journey, like musical notes that create beauty through their relationship to silence. Rest now in the vast embrace of being itself, knowing that the same intelligence that moves the stars through their courses also guides your gentle becoming. You are held, you are known, you're loved exactly as you are and exactly as you're becoming. Let sleep be your teacher once again in the art of letting go, trusting natural processes, and awakening tomorrow with a heart a little more open than when you first closed your eyes tonight. The journey continues, but tonight the journey is simply this: breathing in, breathing out, allowing consciousness to dissolve into the mystery from which it emerged, returning home to the peace that has always been your deepest nature. Sleep well, dear friend. The wisdom you've touched tonight will remain with you, woven now into the fabric of your understanding like golden threads that catch and reflect light long after the sun has set. There is something profoundly moving about the late hours of night, when the world grows quiet and the mind naturally turns inward toward questions that daylight often keeps hidden. Here, in this sacred space between waking and dreaming, we continue our gentle exploration of philosophy's most comforting insights, those ancient understandings that have the power to dissolve worry and replace it with something far more precious. The deep knowing that you belong exactly where you are, exactly as you are, in the vast and mysterious unfolding of existence. Tonight we turn our attention to one of humanity's most persistent questions, one that has whispered itself through countless generations of seekers. What does it mean to live a meaningful life? This question often arrives disguised as anxiety about purpose, as restlessness about direction, as the haunting sense that somehow, somewhere, there must be more to existence than the daily routines of survival and obligation. Yet philosophy suggests that meaning is not something you must hunt down or achieve, but something you are already participating in simply by being alive, conscious, and capable of asking such questions. Consider the remarkable fact that you exist at all. The ancient philosophers understood this as nothing short of miraculous. Against astronomical odds, in a universe vast beyond comprehension, consciousness has emerged and is currently experiencing itself through your particular nervous system, your unique perspective, your individual way of translating the raw data of existence into thoughts, feelings, and responses. You're not an accident or an afterthought in the cosmic story, but an essential expression of the universe becoming aware of itself. This perspective transforms the search for meaning from a desperate external quest into a gentle internal recognition. You don't have to justify your existence through achievements or prove your worth through productivity. Your consciousness itself is valuable beyond measure. Your capacity to love, to wonder, to suffer compassionately, to create beauty from ordinary materials, these are not features you've added to an otherwise meaningless existence. They are expressions of the meaning that you already are. The existentialist philosophers, particularly Viktor Frankl, discovered something remarkable through the most extreme circumstances imaginable. Even in concentration camps where every external source of meaning had been stripped away, humans retained the capacity to create significance from their experiences. They found purpose not in their circumstances, but in their responses to those circumstances, not in what happened to them, but in what they chose to make of what happened to them. This reveals something profound about the nature of meaning itself. It is not a commodity to be found in the world like buried treasure, but a capacity inherent in consciousness, like the ability to see colour or hear music. Meaning emerges from the intersection of your awareness and whatever you encounter, whether that encounter involves great joy or deep sorrow, dramatic events or quiet moments of ordinary life. Think about the times in your life when you felt most deeply connected to something larger than yourself. Perhaps it was while holding a newborn child, or walking alone in a forest, or listening to music that seemed to speak directly to your soul. Maybe it was during a conversation where you felt truly seen and understood, or while creating something with your hands, or simply witnessing a sunset that took your breath away. In those moments, you weren't searching for meaning, you were experiencing it directly, intimately, without any need for explanation or justification. These experiences reveal that meaning is not scarce or reserved for special people or extraordinary circumstances. It pervades ordinary life like sunlight, available to anyone willing to pause and pay attention. The mistake our culture often makes is believing that meaning must be earned through great accomplishments or found through intensive seeking. But the mystics and sages throughout history have consistently pointed to a different truth. Meaning is what remains when you stop trying so hard to find it. This understanding naturally leads us to explore what philosophers call the paradox of seeking. The more desperately you chase happiness, the more elusive it becomes. The harder you grasp for security, the more anxious you feel. The more frantically you search for your life's purpose, the more lost you become. Yet when you relax this desperate seeking and simply attend to what's actually present in your experience, what you are looking for often reveals itself naturally. The ancient Taoists understood this paradox deeply through their concept of wu wei, which we might translate as effortless action or non-forcing. Wu wei suggests that the most powerful way to move through life is not through constant striving and pushing, but through learning to recognize and align with the natural currents that are already flowing. Like a skilled river guide who reads the water and works with its movement rather than fighting against it, you can learn to navigate life by sensing what wants to emerge rather than forcing predetermined outcomes. This doesn't mean becoming passive or abandoning all goals. It means developing the sensitivity to distinguish between effort that flows naturally from your authentic interests and passions, and effort that comes from anxiety, competition, or the need to prove something to yourself or others. Natural effort feels sustainable and energizing even when it's challenging. Forced effort feels draining and creates resistance, like swimming upstream against a powerful current. When you're aligned with your authentic nature and responding to genuine callings rather than manufactured obligations, work becomes a form of play, service becomes a joy, and growth happens organically rather than through self-improvement projects that treat you like a problem to be fixed. This alignment is what the Greeks called eudaimonia, often translated as flourishing or the good life, but perhaps better understood as living in accordance with your deepest nature. Your deepest nature is not something you need to discover through personality tests or career counselling, though these can certainly be helpful tools. It's something you can recognise by paying attention to what consistently brings you alive, what problems naturally capture your attention, what activities make you lose track of time, what kinds of beauty move you to tears. These are not random preferences, but clues to the unique way consciousness expresses itself through your particular nervous system and life circumstances. The Indian tradition speaks of this as your dharma, your life's purpose or sacred duty. But dharma is not a job description or a fixed destiny. It's more like a river that flows through all your activities, a quality of presence and attention that you bring to whatever you're doing. Your dharma might express itself through parenting, teaching, creating art, healing bodies, organising systems, or simply bringing more consciousness to whatever work supports your life. Sometimes people worry that they haven't found their dharma because they don't feel called to any particular professional cause. But this worry often stems from the mistaken belief that meaning must be found in extraordinary activities or recognised achievements. In reality, some of the most meaningful lives are lived quietly, through the patient work of raising children with love, caring for aging parents with dignity, maintaining friendships across decades, or simply being a reliable, kind presence in your community. The Zen tradition has a beautiful teaching about ordinary mind being the way. This doesn't mean settling for mediocrity or abandoning growth, but recognizing that enlightenment, fulfillment, and meaning are found not in special states or achievements, but in bringing full presence to whatever is actually happening in your life. Washing dishes with complete attention becomes as sacred as meditation. Listening deeply to a friend becomes as meaningful as any religious ritual. Tending a garden becomes as profound as studying philosophy. This integration of the sacred and ordinary dissolves one of the most persistent sources of modern anxiety: the belief that you should be living a different life, achieving different things, being a different person. When you understand that meaning emerges from quality of attention rather than content of experience, you can find profound significance in whatever circumstances you actually inhabit, rather than exhausting yourself trying to create circumstances you think would be more meaningful. This doesn't mean becoming complacent or avoiding necessary changes in your life. It means recognizing that the capacity for meaningful experience travels with you wherever you go, that fulfillment comes more from how you approach life than from what life provides. When this recognition stabilizes in your understanding, you can work toward external changes from a place of wholeness rather than desperation, from love rather than fear, from authentic desire rather than anxiety about what you should want. The shift from should-based living to authentic living often requires what we might call a gentle revolution within yourself. So much of what you've been taught about success, happiness, and meaning may not actually align with what brings you genuine satisfaction and peace. The values you inherited from family, absorbed from culture, or adopted to fit in may need to be examined and either consciously chosen or lovingly released to make space for values that truly resonate with your deeper nature. This process can feel disorienting because it requires disappointing some people's expectations of who you should be and how you should live. But consider the alternative: spending your precious life energy trying to fulfill dreams that aren't actually yours, pursuing goals that don't genuinely excite you, maintaining relationships that require you to be someone you're not. This path may feel safer because it avoids conflict and uncertainty, but it leads to a kind of quiet desperation, a sense of living at a distance from your own life. The courage to live authentically is not a one-time decision, but an ongoing practice of choosing truth over comfort, growth over security, love over fear. Each day presents small opportunities to honour your authentic responses rather than your automatic patterns. When someone asks how you're doing, you can experiment with giving an honest answer rather than the expected fine. When faced with a choice between what you think you should do and what you actually want to do, you can pause to consider whether your wants are coming from wisdom or from conditioned reactions. This discernment between authentic desires and conditioned responses is one of philosophy's most practical gifts. Authentic desires tend to feel energizing, even when they're challenging, connected to your values even when they're inconvenient, and aligned with your long-term well-being even when they require short-term discomfort. Conditioned responses tend to feel compulsive or obligatory, disconnected from your actual values, and focused on avoiding discomfort rather than moving toward what you genuinely care about. Learning to recognize this difference takes time and practice, and you'll inevitably make mistakes as you learn to trust your inner guidance rather than external authorities. But these mistakes become valuable feedback rather than evidence of failure when you approach them with curiosity rather than judgment. Each time you notice that you've acted from conditioning rather than authenticity, you become a little clearer about what authentic actually feels like for you. This process of learning to trust yourself extends to trusting your emotions as sources of information rather than problems to be solved. Emotions are like internal weather patterns, natural responses to your circumstances that provide valuable data about what's working in your life and what might need attention or adjustment. When you stop judging emotions as good or bad and start receiving them as information, they become allies in creating a life that actually fits you rather than a life that looks good from the outside. Sadness might be telling you that something important is ending, or that you need to grieve a loss you haven't fully acknowledged. Anger might be alerting you to a boundary that's been crossed, or a value that's been compromised. Anxiety might be highlighting an area where you need more information or support, or it might be signaling that you're trying to control something beyond your influence. Joy might be confirming that you're moving in a direction that serves your authentic development. None of these emotions require immediate action, but all of them deserve respectful attention. When you can sit with your emotions without being overwhelmed by them or rushing to make them go away, they often reveal insights that your rational mind might miss. This emotional intelligence is not about being ruled by your feelings, but about including emotional wisdom in your decision-making process. The integration of rational and emotional intelligence naturally leads to what many traditions call heart-mind, a way of knowing that draws on both logical analysis and intuitive understanding. Heart-mind recognizes that the most important decisions in life, who to love, what work to pursue, how to respond to loss, where to call home, these cannot be made through purely rational calculation because they involve values, relationships, and possibilities that cannot be quantified. Yet heart-mind is not sentimental or impulsive. It takes into account practical considerations while also honouring the deeper currents of meaning and purpose that give life its richness. It can hold both the reality of needing to pay rent and the importance of work that feeds your soul. It can acknowledge both your love for someone and the recognition that the relationship may not be healthy for either of you. It can embrace both your dreams for the future and your acceptance of present circumstances. This integration of seemingly opposite perspectives is what dialectical thinking allows for, the capacity to hold paradox without needing to resolve it into simple either-or categories. Life is full of paradoxes. You need solitude and connection, stability and change, effort and ease, individuality and belonging. Rather than seeing these as problems to be solved, you can learn to navigate them as creative tensions that add complexity and richness to human experience. Consider how this applies to the question of meaning itself. You're simultaneously utterly insignificant in the context of cosmic time and space, and absolutely precious as a unique expression of consciousness. Your problems are both genuinely important to address, and ultimately temporary in the larger flow of existence. Your individual choices both matter tremendously for your well-being and that of others, and are part of larger patterns that unfold according to principles beyond your complete understanding or control. Holding these paradoxes lightly, without needing to resolve them into neat categories, allows you to take yourself seriously without taking yourself too seriously, to care deeply without being attached to outcomes, to work passionately toward goals while accepting whatever results emerge. This both and approach to life is more accurate than either-or thinking, because reality itself is paradoxical, containing apparent contradictions that resolve into greater wholeness when viewed from a broader perspective. This broader perspective is what contemplative traditions have always pointed toward, the recognition that your individual story, however important it may be to you, is taking place within a much larger story that includes all of life. You are both the protagonist of your own drama, and a supporting character in countless other stories, both a unique individual with your own path to walk, and a temporary expression of the same consciousness that looks out through every pair of eyes. Understanding this larger context doesn't diminish the importance of your individual journey, but places it within a framework that can provide comfort during difficult times and humility during successful periods. When you're struggling, you can remember that struggle is part of the human condition, not a personal failure or sign that something is wrong with your life. When things are going well, you can appreciate your good fortune without believing you've earned it through moral superiority or that it will last forever. This contextualization of your individual experience within the larger human story naturally gives rise to what we might call cosmic perspective, that to zoom out from your immediate concerns and see them within the vast sweep of time and space. From this perspective, many of the things that cause daily anxiety, what others think of you, whether you're successful enough, whether you're making the right choices, these concerns don't disappear, but they lose some of their urgency and power to disturb your peace. Cosmic perspective doesn't make you indifferent to your human experience, but it prevents you from being overwhelmed by its intensity. You can care about your relationships, your work, your health, your dreams, while also remembering that these are temporary phenomena arising within its eternal field of consciousness. You can invest yourself fully in your human story while holding it lightly, like a beautiful dream that you're enjoying while it lasts but not clinging to when it's time to wake up. This lightness of being is not frivolity but wisdom, the recognition that attachment to temporary things creates suffering, while appreciation of temporary things creates joy. Everything you love, including yourself, is temporary. This is not a cause for despair, but for deeper love. The way autumn leaves become more beautiful, precisely because you know they will soon fall. The Japanese aesthetic principle of mono no aware, which we touched on earlier, captures this bittersweet appreciation of impermanence perfectly. It's the feeling you get watching cherry blossoms bloom, knowing they will scatter within days. It's the poignancy of loving someone while knowing that all relationships eventually end, whether through death, change, or simply the natural evolution of two people growing in different directions. It's the tenderness that comes from recognizing that this moment, whatever it contains, will never come again in exactly this way. When you can embrace mono no aware, impermanence becomes a teacher rather than an enemy. Instead of trying to make temporary things permanent, which only creates frustration and anxiety, you can learn to love them more fully precisely because they won't last forever. Instead of taking good times for granted because you're worried about their ending, you can savor them completely because you know they're gifts rather than entitlements. This appreciation for the temporary nature of all experience naturally leads to what we might call presence practice, the cultivation of your capacity to be fully here now rather than lost in thoughts about past and future. Presence is not a technique or achievement, but your natural state, when you're not resisting what's actually happening in favour of what you think should be happening. In moments of true presence, the chronic background anxiety that many people carry begins to dissolve. You're not worried about tomorrow because you're engaged with today. You're not regretful about yesterday because you're participating in right now. You're not comparing your experience to what others might be having because you're fully inhabiting your own experience. You're not judging what's happening as good or bad because you're too busy actually experiencing it to simultaneously analyse it. This quality of presence is what makes ordinary moments extraordinary. A simple conversation becomes an opportunity for deep connection when you're fully listening rather than preparing what to say next. A walk in your neighbourhood becomes an adventure when you're actually seeing the trees, hearing the birds, feeling the air on your skin rather than reviewing your to-do list while your body moves through space. Even washing dishes becomes a meditation when you're paying attention to the warmth of the water, the texture of the soap, the satisfaction of creating cleanliness from disorder. Presence practice doesn't require special circumstances or extended periods of time. It can be cultivated in micro-moments throughout your day. The first conscious breath when you wake up, the pause before answering your phone, the moment of appreciation before eating a meal, the transition from work to home where you consciously shift from one mode of being to another. These small practices of presence accumulate over time into a different way of living, one that's characterized more by awareness and appreciation than by anxiety and anticipation. You begin to notice that happiness is not something you need to pursue, but something that naturally emerges when you're present to what's already here. Peace is not something you need to create, but something that reveals itself when you stop creating internal conflict through resistance to what is. This understanding transforms your relationship with time itself. Instead of time being a scarce resource that you're always running out of, it becomes a spacious medium within which life unfolds at its own natural pace. Instead of rushing through experiences to get to some imagined future moment when everything will be better, you can settle into the rhythm of each experience, allowing it to teach you what it came to teach and give you what it came to give. This shift from time anxiety to time appreciation often reveals how much of your suffering comes not from your actual circumstances, but from your resistance to the timing of your circumstances. You want to be further along in your career, deeper in your relationships, more advanced in your personal growth, living in a different place, having different experiences. This wanting creates a chronic sense of being behind, of missing out, of not being where you're supposed to be. But what if you're exactly where you're supposed to be? What if your current circumstances, however imperfect they may seem, are precisely what's needed for your continued development? What if the timing of your life is not random or unfortunate, but intelligent and purposeful, even when you can't see the larger pattern from your current vantage point. This trust in the timing of your life doesn't mean becoming passive or abandoning all goals. It means recognizing that there are seasons for planting and seasons for harvesting, seasons for growth and seasons for rest, seasons for action and seasons for reflection. Trying to harvest before you've planted, or to plant during the natural rest period, creates unnecessary struggle and often prevents the very outcomes you're trying to force. Learning to read the seasons of your own life requires developing sensitivity to your natural rhythms and cycles, rather than trying to impose external schedules and expectations on your organic development. Some people are naturally more productive in the morning, others in the evening. Some need long periods of solitude to recharge, others need frequent social interaction to feel energized. Some learn through reading and thinking, others through movement and hands-on experience. Honoring your natural rhythms rather than fighting against them often leads to greater effectiveness and satisfaction with much less effort. You begin to work with your own nature rather than against it, like a gardener who learns to plant according to the seasons rather than trying to grow tomatoes in winter or hibernate when spring energy is rising. This collaboration with your own nature extends to emotional and spiritual rhythms as well. There are times when you naturally feel more open and expansive, and times when you naturally want to withdraw and consolidate. There are periods when new experiences feel exciting and growth feels effortless, and periods when you need to integrate what you've already learned rather than taking on new challenges. Both kinds of periods are necessary for sustainable development. The expansion phases allow you to explore new possibilities and develop new capacities. The consolidation phases allow you to integrate your experiences and establish new patterns as natural habits rather than conscious efforts. Trying to maintain constant expansion leads to burnout and scattered development. Trying to maintain constant consolidation leads to stagnation and missed opportunities. The wisdom lies in recognizing which phase you're in and responding appropriately rather than judging yourself for not being in a different phase. When you're in an expansion phase, you can embrace new challenges and opportunities with enthusiasm. When you're in a consolidation phase, you can rest in what you've already accomplished and allow deeper integration to occur naturally. This organic approach to personal development recognizes that growth is not a linear process of steady improvement, but a spiral process of expansion, integration, expansion, integration, with each cycle taking you deeper into understanding and more fully into your authentic expression. Sometimes you may feel like you're revisiting old patterns or challenges, but you're actually encountering them from a more mature perspective with greater resources and wisdom. Consider how a spiral staircase works. You seem to be going in circles, but you're actually ascending with each revolution. The view changes gradually, and occasionally you might look down and see where you were several levels below, amazed at how far you've actually travelled, even though the movement felt circular from the inside. Your personal growth follows similar patterns. Issues you thought you'd resolved may reappear in more subtle forms, inviting deeper healing. Insights you had years ago may suddenly click into place at a more embodied level. Skills you developed in one area of life may suddenly become relevant in completely different contexts. What looks like repetition from the inside is actually spiral development when viewed from a broader perspective. This spiral understanding of growth can free you from the frustration of thinking you should be over certain patterns or challenges by now. Instead of judging yourself for revisiting familiar territory, you can approach these encounters with curiosity about what new level of understanding or healing might be available this time around. The spiral nature of growth also applies to your understanding of life's bigger questions. The meaning of life, the nature of love, the purpose of suffering, the relationship between individual will and universal flow, these are not problems to be solved once and for all, but mysteries to be lived into more and more deeply as you mature in wisdom and experience. Each time you encounter these fundamental questions, whether through reading, conversation, meditation, or life experience, you have the opportunity to understand them from your current level of development. The answers that satisfied you at 20 may feel incomplete at 40, not because they were wrong, but because you now have the capacity for more nuanced understanding. This evolution of understanding is itself meaningful, regardless of whether you ever arrive at final answers. The questions themselves serve as companions on your journey, inviting you to grow in wisdom, compassion, and awareness. They keep you curious about life rather than assuming you've figured everything out. They humble you with the recognition that mystery is not the absence of knowledge, but the presence of something too vast and profound to be completely grasped by the finite mind. As you settle deeper into the quiet hours of night, let these reflections on meaning, timing, and growth gently permeate your consciousness. You don't need to remember every insight or implement dramatic changes in your approach to living. Simply allow these understandings to work their subtle influence, like seeds planted in fertile soil that will sprout when conditions are right. The questions that brought you to seek wisdom, the longing that draws you toward deeper understanding, the love that motivates your desire to live well, these are not problems to be solved, but expressions of your essential nature as a conscious being. You are meaningful not because of what you accomplish, but because of what you are. Awareness itself, temporarily localized in this particular body and personality, contributing your unique note to the vast symphony of existence. Tomorrow will bring its own opportunities to embody these insights through your choices, responses, and presence. Tonight, rest in the knowledge that your seeking itself is sacred, that your questions are as valuable as any answers, and that the love and wisdom you're cultivating will find their own perfect ways of expressing through your life in timing that serves the highest good of all. The ancient sages knew something that bears repeating as you drift towards sleep. You are already what you seek. The peace you long for is your deepest nature. The love you crave is what you are made of. The meaning you search for is what you embody simply by being alive, conscious, and capable of caring about such things. Rest now in that truth, letting it carry you gently into dreams where wisdom continues its patient work of transformation, always serving your becoming, always supporting your return to who you have always been beneath every story of seeking and finding. The philosophers who have walked before you understood that wisdom is not accumulated like possessions, but recognized like the face of an old friend. Each insight you encounter is really a remembering, a return to truths your deepest self has always known but perhaps forgotten in the complexity of daily living. Tonight's gentle wandering through ideas about meaning, authenticity, presence, and timing has been an invitation to remember what you already know in your bones about how to live well. Sleep peacefully now, dear seeker, knowing that the same intelligence that guides the planets in their orbits and the seasons in their cycles also moves through your dreams and your awakening, weaving together all the threads of your experience into a tapestry of meaning more beautiful than your conscious mind can imagine. You are held, you are guided, and you are loved beyond measure. Let that knowing carry you safely through the night and into whatever tomorrow may bring. In the quiet hours that stretch before dawn, when the world holds its breath between sleeping and waking, we find ourselves in that sacred space where philosophy becomes not mere contemplation, but lived experience. Here, in the gentle darkness, we continue our exploration of ideas that have the power to transform not just how we think, but how we breathe, how we rest, how we wake each morning with a little more freedom than we carried the night before. There's something profoundly beautiful about the way wisdom reveals itself in stillness. The ancient Chinese understood this through their concept of Wu Wei, which we might translate as the art of non-doing, the recognition that sometimes the most powerful action is conscious non-action, the ability to step back and allow life's natural intelligence to flow through us, rather than constantly trying to direct every outcome through force of will. Consider how this applies to the very act of falling asleep. You cannot force sleep to come through effort or demand. The harder you try to sleep, the more elusive it becomes. Sleep arrives through a kind of surrender, a gentle releasing of the day's accumulated tensions and concerns, a trust in the body's innate wisdom to restore and renew itself without your conscious management. This same principle applies to healing, to creativity, to the resolution of conflicts, to the emergence of insights that your analytical mind cannot produce through deliberate effort. There's a deeper intelligence operating within and around you, an intelligence that orchestrates the healing of wounds, the growth of children, the changing of seasons, the precise choreography of your heartbeat and breath. Learning to recognize and collaborate with this intelligence, rather than constantly trying to override it with personal will, is one of philosophy's most practical gifts. It doesn't mean becoming passive or abandoning all goals and initiatives. It means developing the sensitivity to know when to act and when to wait, when to speak and when to remain silent, when to push forward, and when to allow events to unfold naturally. This discernment between appropriate action and unnecessary forcing often comes through what we might call embodied wisdom, the intelligence that speaks through physical sensations, energy levels, and the subtle felt sense of whether you're moving with life's current or swimming upstream against it. Your body is constantly gathering information about what serves your well-being and what creates stress, but this information often comes in whispers rather than shouts. The tightness in your chest when you're about to agree to something that doesn't truly align with your values, the expansion you feel when you're moving in a direction that honors your authentic nature, the fatigue that accumulates when you're living according to others' expectations rather than your own inner guidance. These physical responses are forms of wisdom that complement rational analysis, but often transcend it in their accuracy and immediacy. Ancient traditions understood the body as a temple, not in a moralistic sense that demands rigid rules about what you should or shouldn't consume, but in recognition that your physical form is the sacred vessel through which consciousness experiences this lifetime. Treating your body with respect and attention is not vanity but wisdom, a recognition that your capacity for presence, creativity, and service depends partly on the care you provide to your physical foundation. This care extends beyond just nutrition and exercise, though these certainly matter. It includes paying attention to your energy rhythms, honouring your need for rest and solitude, creating environments that support your well-being rather than drain it, and listening to the subtle messages your body sends about what supports your vitality and what depletes it. Sometimes the most spiritual thing you can do is take a nap when you're tired, eat when you're hungry, seek solitude when you're overstimulated, or ask for help when you're overwhelmed. These aren't signs of weakness, but expressions of the wisdom that recognizes your human limitations as design features rather than character flaws. The Buddhist concept of the middle way offers guidance here, suggesting that extremes in either direction, excessive indulgence or harsh asceticism, tend to create suffering and interfere with the natural balance that supports sustainable well-being. The middle way is not a rigid compromise, but a dynamic responsiveness to what each situation actually calls for. Sometimes your system needs challenge and stimulation to grow stronger. Sometimes it needs rest and nourishment to recover from stress. Sometimes it needs social connection to feel part of the larger human community. Sometimes it needs solitude to process experiences and reconnect with your own center. Learning to read these changing needs and respond appropriately is itself a spiritual practice. This attention to what you actually need, as opposed to what you think you should need, or what others expect you to need, naturally leads toward greater authenticity in all areas of life. When you're honest about your genuine needs and limitations, you can make choices that actually serve your long-term flourishing, rather than just meeting short-term social expectations. This honesty often requires disappointing some people, including sometimes your former self, who may have made commitments based on who you thought you should be, rather than who you actually are. But the temporary discomfort of these disappointments is far preferable to the chronic exhaustion that comes from living a life that doesn't fit your actual nature. The ancient Greeks spoke of this as knowing thyself, the foundational wisdom that allows all other wisdom to build upon solid ground. Without honest self-knowledge, your choices are likely to be based on projections, assumptions, and inherited beliefs, rather than actual understanding of what serves your authentic development. This self-knowledge includes awareness of your patterns of thinking and feeling, your typical responses to stress and joy, your natural rhythms of energy and rest, your genuine values as opposed to values you've adopted to fit in or gain approval. It includes understanding your particular strengths and growing edges, your unique way of learning and creating, your specific contributions to the larger human story. Developing this self-awareness is an ongoing process rather than a one-time achievement. You're constantly changing and evolving, discovering new aspects of yourself as you encounter new experiences and challenges. The person you are today contains the person you were 5 years ago, but is not identical to that earlier version. The person you'll become 5 years from now will contain today's self, while extending beyond current limitations in ways you can't fully predict. This evolutionary nature of identity can feel unsettling when you're trying to maintain a consistent self-image, but it's actually one of the most hopeful aspects of human existence. You're not trapped by past mistakes or current limitations. You're not doomed to repeat patterns that no longer serve you. Every moment offers opportunities for conscious choice, for growth, for for the expression of wisdom that your experiences have cultivated within you. This capacity for change and growth is what existentialist philosophers called radical freedom. The recognition that within whatever constraints you face, you retain the power to choose your responses and interpretations. These choices, accumulated over time, shape your character and your experience more profoundly than most external circumstances. The stories you tell yourself about your experiences have tremendous influence on how you feel about your past and approach your future. If you interpret setbacks as evidence of your inadequacy, you're likely to approach new challenges with anxiety and self-doubt. If you view difficulties as opportunities for learning and strength building, you're likely to meet future obstacles with curiosity and resilience. Neither interpretation is objectively true or false. Most experiences contain elements that could support various narratives, but the story you choose to emphasize will affect which possibilities you notice and pursue, which aspects of yourself you develop, and which kinds of relationships and opportunities you attract into your life. This power to shape your experience through conscious interpretation is available in every moment, even during genuinely difficult circumstances. You can acknowledge pain while also recognizing what remains beautiful in your life. You can grieve losses while also appreciating what continues. You can face uncertainty while also trusting your capacity to navigate whatever emerges. The key is learning to hold multiple perspectives simultaneously, rather than getting locked into single-minded views that may be accurate but incomplete. Life is complex, containing apparent contradictions that often resolve into greater wholeness when viewed from a broader perspective. You can be simultaneously vulnerable and strong, uncertain and confident, individual and connected to all life. This both an approach to experience allows you to respond more skillfully to life's complexity, rather than forcing situations into simplistic, either-or categories that may not capture their full reality. It also allows you to appreciate the richness of your own nature, which contains multitudes and contradictions that make you interesting rather than inconsistent. Walt Whitman captured this beautifully when he wrote about containing multitudes, the recognition that a large soul can hold seemingly opposite qualities without being torn apart by the contradiction. You can be both serious and playful, both ambitious and content, both social and solitary, depending on what each situation calls for and what phase of development you're currently experiencing. This internal spaciousness to contain complexity reflects what many traditions call an expanded consciousness, a way of being that's not trapped by narrow identifications or rigid beliefs about how you should be. When your sense of self is expansive enough to include your full range of human experiences, you can respond to life with greater flexibility and creativity. This expansion of identity often happens naturally as you mature in wisdom and experience. The concerns that seemed overwhelmingly important at 20 may feel less urgent at 40, not because you've become indifferent, but because your perspective has broadened to include longer timeframes and larger contexts. What once felt like catastrophic failures may now be recognized as valuable learning experiences that contributed to your growth. This broader perspective is what philosophers call wisdom, the ability to see immediate experiences within larger patterns and longer timeframes. Wisdom doesn't eliminate the intensity of present moment experiences, but it provides context that can help you navigate challenges with greater equanimity and appreciation. Consider how this applies to the natural cycles of expansion and contraction that characterize all living systems. There are times in your life when you naturally feel more outgoing, creative, and ready for new challenges. There are other times when you naturally turn inward, consolidating what you've learned and restoring your energy for the next phase of growth. Both phases are necessary for sustainable development. The expansion phases allow you to explore new possibilities and develop new capacities. The contraction phases allow you to integrate your experiences and establish new patterns as natural habits rather than conscious efforts. Trying to maintain constant expansion leads to burnout and scattered development. Trying to maintain constant contraction leads to stagnation and missed opportunities. The wisdom lies in recognizing which phase you're in and honoring its requirements rather than judging yourself for not being in a different phase. When you're in an expansion phase, you can embrace new opportunities with enthusiasm. When you're in a contraction phase, you can rest in what you've already accomplished and allow deeper integration to occur naturally. This organic approach to personal development recognizes that growth follows natural rhythms rather than artificial timelines, imposed by external expectations or internal pressure. Like plants that grow according to seasonal cycles rather than calendar schedules, your development unfolds according to its own inner timing that may not match social conventions about when certain life stages should occur. Some people find their life's work early and pursue it consistently throughout their careers. Others explore various paths before discovering their true calling later in life. Some people marry young and grow together with their partners. Others need to develop individually before they're ready for intimate partnership. Some find their creative voice through years of disciplined practice. Others discover it suddenly through unexpected circumstances. None of these patterns is inherently better than the others. They simply represent different ways that consciousness expresses itself through individual lives. Your particular pattern of development is unique to your circumstances, temperament, and the lessons you've come to learn in this lifetime. Comparing your timeline to others is like expecting all flowers to bloom in the same season, or all trees to grow at the same rate. This acceptance of your individual timing can free you from the anxiety of feeling behind or ahead of where you think you should be. There is no cosmic schedule that determines when you should achieve certain milestones or overcome specific challenges. There is only your own organic unfolding, which proceeds according to factors far more complex than your conscious mind can fully understand or control. This trust in your own timing connects to a broader philosophical insight about the nature of time itself. Clock time, the mechanical measurement of hours and minutes, is a human invention that serves practical purposes but doesn't capture the qualitative experience of time's passage. Moments of deep connection, creative inspiration, or profound beauty seem to exist outside ordinary time. Periods of boredom, anxiety, or grief can feel endless even when they last only minutes. The ancient Greeks distinguished between chronos, mechanical time, and kairos, the right or opportune moment for something to happen. Learning to live more by kairos than chronos can transform your relationship with productivity and achievement. Instead of forcing things to happen according to arbitrary deadlines, you learn to recognize when conditions are ripe for action and when patience serves you better than pushing. This doesn't mean abandoning all planning or becoming passive about your goals. It means developing the sensitivity to recognize natural rhythms and work with them rather than against them. Sometimes the most productive thing you can do is wait for the right moment rather than forcing action when conditions aren't supportive. Consider how this applies to difficult conversations. There are times when someone is open to feedback, and times when they're too defensive or distracted to hear what you're trying to communicate. Learning to sense these differences and time your communications accordingly can make your interactions much more effective and satisfying. The same principle applies to creative projects, business decisions, and personal changes. There are seasons for planting new ideas and seasons for harvesting the results of previous efforts. There are times for taking risks and times for consolidating what you've already gained. There are moments when breakthrough is possible, and moments when patient preparation is what's needed. Developing this sensitivity to timing requires learning to read subtle cues in yourself and your environment rather than relying only on logical analysis. It involves paying attention to energy levels, emotional atmospheres, and the quality of ease or resistance you feel as you move through your days. When you're aligned with natural timing, your efforts tend to flow more smoothly, even when they're challenging. When you're pushing against natural rhythms, even simple tasks can feel unnecessarily difficult. This attunement to natural rhythms extends beyond personal timing to include your relationship with the larger cycles of nature. Despite living in climate-controlled environments with artificial lighting, your body and psyche still respond to seasonal changes, lunar cycles, and daily rhythms of light and darkness. Honoring these biological rhythms rather than trying to override them completely can support your physical health and emotional well-being. Winter may naturally invite more introspection and rest. Spring may awaken desires for new projects and relationships. Summer may support more social activity and external focus. Autumn may call for harvesting what you've grown and preparing for another cycle of inward turning. These seasonal influences are subtle in modern life, but still present for those who pay attention. Similarly, many people find they have natural daily rhythms that affect their energy and creativity. Some are naturally more alert and productive in the morning, others in the evening. Some need longer periods of solitude to recharge, others thrive on frequent social interaction. Some think more clearly after physical exercise, others after meditation or quiet reflection. Recognizing and working with your natural rhythms rather than fighting against them often leads to greater effectiveness and satisfaction with much less effort. It's a form of self-compassion that acknowledges your human needs and limitations as design features rather than obstacles to overcome. This compassionate relationship with your own nature creates the foundation for extending genuine compassion to others. When you've learned to accept your own cycles of strength and vulnerability, clarity and confusion, generosity and need for solitude, you can more easily accept these same cycles in the people you care about. Relationships become less about trying to get others to be consistent and predictable, and more about learning to dance gracefully with the natural changes that all growing people experience. Instead of taking someone's temporary withdrawal personally, you might recognize they're in a phase that requires solitude. Instead of feeling rejected when a friend can't offer support during your difficult time, you might understand they're dealing with their own challenges. This doesn't mean accepting harmful behavior or abandoning your own needs to accommodate others' moods. It means recognizing that everyone is navigating their own complex internal landscape, and that their responses to you often have more to do with their current state than with your worth or the quality of your relationship. This understanding naturally leads to what many traditions call loving kindness, a quality of heart that wishes well-being for all beings, regardless of whether they're currently able to return that goodwill. Loving kindness doesn't require liking everyone or approving of all behaviors. It's more like a basic stance of wishing that all beings could be free from suffering and able to flourish according to their highest nature. Cultivating this quality of heart begins with extending loving kindness toward yourself, particularly the parts of yourself you'd rather deny or change. Your impatience, your fears, your past mistakes, your current limitations, all of these aspects of your humanity deserve compassion rather than harsh judgment. They are not obstacles to your spiritual development, but part of the raw material you're working with as you learn to love more fully. When you can hold your own imperfections with tenderness rather than criticism, you naturally become more accepting of others' struggles and shortcomings. Your capacity for forgiveness expands, not because you've become permissive about harmful behavior, but because you understand that everyone is doing their best with their current level of awareness and available resources. This understanding doesn't eliminate the need for boundaries, accountability, or sometimes ending relationships that have become toxic, but it provides a foundation of basic human understanding that makes even difficult conversations more workable. When you can separate the person from their behavior, you can address problems without attacking character. As you settle deeper into the quiet embrace of night, let these reflections on timing, compassion, and the art of being human gently permeate your awareness. You don't need to implement any of these insights immediately or remember every detail when you wake. Simply allow them to plant seeds in the fertile soil of your resting consciousness, trusting that wisdom has its own way of integrating itself into your understanding when the time is right. The ancient sages knew that transformation happens as much during rest as during active effort, that insights often emerge from the space between thoughts, that healing occurs in the quiet moments when you're not trying to fix anything. Sleep itself is a form of meditation, a daily practice of letting go and trusting natural processes beyond your conscious control. Tonight, as you drift toward dreams, you carry with you the recognition that you are both perfectly human and infinitely mysterious, both individual and universal, both temporary and eternal. Rest now in this paradox, this beautiful contradiction of being both wave and ocean, both note and symphony, both question and answer, in the endless exploration of what it means to be alive. The wisdom you tonight of touch will continue its quiet work within you, weaving itself into your dreams and your awakening, becoming part of how you meet tomorrow's opportunities and challenges. You are already whole, already wise, already exactly where you need to be in your unique journey of becoming. Let that knowing carry you safely through the night and into whatever new day awaits. In the deepest hours of night, when the world has grown completely still and even your thoughts begin to settle into quieter rhythms, we arrive at philosophy's most tender revelation, that you are already home. Not home in the sense of a physical place, though your current surroundings may indeed offer comfort and safety. Home in the deeper sense, the recognition that wherever you are, whatever circumstances surround you, you carry within yourself everything you need to navigate life with grace and wisdom. This understanding emerges gradually, like dawn breaking slowly over a sleeping landscape, you begin to notice that the peace you've been seeking in achievements, relationships, or future circumstances has been quietly present all along, waiting beneath the surface noise of worry and wanting. It was never hidden from you, only temporarily obscured by the belief that contentment must be earned, or that happiness exists somewhere else, in some other moment than this one. The ancient Sanskrit greeting Namaste captures something beautiful about this recognition. Often translated as "the divine in me honors the divine in you," it points to the sacred presence that exists within every being, the unchanging awareness that witnesses all of life's changes without being touched by them. This sacred presence is not something you develop through spiritual practice, though practice can certainly help you recognize it more clearly. It is what you are, have always been, and will always be, regardless of the temporary roles and identities you inhabit during this lifetime. Consider how this shifts your relationship with personal growth and self-improvement. Instead of trying to become someone better, more enlightened, or more accomplished, you begin to uncover who you already are beneath the layers of conditioning and expectation. Instead of adding more to yourself, you practice the art of subtraction, gently releasing what doesn't serve your authentic expression. Like a sculptor who doesn't create a statue but reveals the form that was always hidden within the stone, your journey becomes one of revelation rather than construction. As this gentle exploration draws to its quiet close, let these philosophical whispers settle into the deepest chambers of your heart. You have journeyed tonight through the most liberating insights humanity has ever discovered, not as abstract concepts to be memorized, but as living truths that can transform the very quality of your being. From the recognition that you are not your thoughts, to the profound peace that comes from accepting life's impermanence, from the courage required for authentic living to the wisdom of holding all experiences lightly, these understandings are now woven into the fabric of your consciousness. The ancient sages would remind you that this is not an ending but a beginning. Each time you wake from sleep, you have the opportunity to embody these truths a little more fully, to respond to life's challenges with a little more wisdom, to love yourself and others with a little more compassion. The path of philosophy is not about perfection, but about presence, not about having all the answers, but about holding life's questions with grace and curiosity. Sleep now, dear friend, knowing that you carry within you everything needed to live with freedom, authenticity, and peace. The same consciousness that has pondered these eternal questions for thousands of years continues its gentle work through your dreams, integrating wisdom that will serve not only your own becoming, but the healing of our shared world. May you rest deeply, dream peacefully, and wake tomorrow with a heart open to the infinite possibilities that await when we remember who we truly are beneath all our stories of limitation. The journey continues, but tonight, simply breathe, simply be, and let these timeless truths carry you safely into the embrace of restorative sleep. Good night.